So good morning, everyone, from wherever you are joining us from. I think we have quite a number of people joining, but we can just proceed for now. So welcome to the Feed the Future Innovation Lab for Legume Systems Research Initial Regional Stakeholder Convening. My name is Simon Gicheha, and I'm the Legume Systems Innovation Lab Regional Hub Manager for East and Southern Africa at the International Center for Evaluation and Development. And we are delighted to welcome you. We thank you for finding time to participate in this convening and your willingness to share your insights with regard to your experience with the legume value chain in the Southern African region. Just to note, for your note, a link to the program for today will be available in the chat. It includes the agenda and the bios of the speakers today for your reference. You could also introduce yourself if you wish in the chat as well. So it would be good at least if we could restrict the interactions to the chat section of this platform. They will be closely monitored and addressed at the earliest convenience. We can keep our microphones muted to minimize background noise and any form of interactions. Just a note also that this meeting is being recorded for reference after these the conversations today. So at this time, we would like to kick off this Legume Systems Innovation Lab convening with welcoming words from the Director, Legume Systems Innovation Lab, Dr. Barry Petrie. Dr. Petrie is an adjunct professor at Michigan State University with 20 years of experience in international development, ranging from integrated pest management to scaling strategies for educational interventions at the last mile. Barry, if you're ready, please welcome and share your welcome.
Great. Thank you, Simon, and thanks for your introduction. It's highly appreciated. I'll keep my comments very brief today. We have a very long day ahead of us. First and foremost, I'd like to thank all those who participated in our last 5 years of the program. I would like to thank everybody for their dedication and hard work and some pretty amazing outcomes that set the stage for the next 5 years. I'd also like to thank everybody in attendance today. This is a critical listening session as we map out what comes next for our program over the next 4.5 years. I'd like to thank ICE for this collaborative event and for them working with us towards the next stages of this program. I'd also like to thank USAID Washington and USAID missions in the region for their continued support. And of course, most importantly, I'd like to thank Daniel Bailey, our AOR, for this ongoing collaborative interactions as we work towards bettering legume cropping systems globally. As many of you are probably aware, we had completed our first 5-year cycle of the program, and we were very fortunate to be renewed for a second 5-year program. And looking back, I just want to thank the management entity team members for 5 great years in that first phase. And I look forward to working with every one of you for the successful next 4.5 years of this 5-year extension. Today is essentially a listening session. We want to understand better what you see as potential logical issues and challenges in legume cropping systems, and helping us set the guideline or the way forward in terms of what type of investments we need to make in research for development innovations. We'll be holding 3 other listening sessions also in West Africa, East Africa, and Central America. And as I mentioned before, I'll keep my comments very brief. The emphasis of our program really is around legume systems. And I think that it's important to remember we're looking at systems. As we move forward into this new program, one of the fundamental things that we're doing is looking at gaps in the systems, challenges in the systems that don't allow for optimized outcomes. And then looking towards what are those gaps to make investments and research for development, innovations that will help fill those gaps and optimize value chains. Those investments may range from policy to physical technologies, which we call widgets, to educational solutions, or a combination thereof that help to optimize legume systems. So with that, I'll pass it back to Simon, and I'd just like to thank everybody for all their efforts for today's event. And we look forward to comments and inputs. And your inputs are going to be very critical as we map out what comes next. So this is a very important day for us, and I think it's a very important day for legume systems in the region, because it'll help us set the stage for what can we do to have maximized outcomes and have real impact in people's lives. So thank you very much, and back to you, Simon, and thank you very much for chairing the event today.
Thank you very much, Barry, for the warm welcome note. Next to share a few welcome words is Dr. David Amayo. Dr. Amayo is the team leader, is the president and CEO of the International Center for Evaluation and Development based in Nairobi. He has over 25 years of experience in leadership and practical experience in M&E, having served as the head of strategy and M&E at Alliance for Green Revolution in Africa, and the senior director for M&E at Millennium Charity Corporation in Washington, D.C. Welcome, David, and share your welcoming words.
Okay. Thank you very much, Simon and Barry. It's a privilege to have an opportunity to host this convening in Central and Southern and Eastern Africa. ICE, as an Africa-based, African-led think tank that promotes evidence used to inform policy and action on the continent, is pleased to collaborate with Michigan State University and the Feed the Future Innovation Lab for Legume Systems to organize this event. For so many years, research on the continent and in our region have always been done by Global North. And for some past years, Global South researchers are being given the opportunity to look at the system as a whole, see areas where there are gaps, and through research, an opportunity like this, be able to generate evidence through research that can help the value chain, all sectors of the value chains that will lead to transformation of life and livelihood in the region. When you look at legumes crops in Eastern and Southern Africa, it's a very, very important crops for our dairy consumption and nutritional needs. Therefore, giving opportunity to be able to generate evidence along the value chain on what works and what doesn't work. How do we work to help our smallholder farmers in our countries? It's an opportunity that we can never miss. Therefore, we are so happy to have you all here. We are looking forward to over 100 participants along the value chain in this convening. And we hope that the opportunity for you to talk, to share, to discuss, and for us to identify the gaps so that we can target our research towards filling those gaps can really, really be a contribution to not only transformation of life, but livelihood in this region. We welcome you all. We are so happy to have you. ICE is so happy to collaborate with USAID, to collaborate with Michigan State University, to collaborate with the Legume System Innovation Lab to provide the opportunity for researchers based in this region to take the leadership in generating evidence in the legume systems value chain that can really, really contribute to the welfare and well-being of the citizens in this region. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, David, for the warm welcome. Surely the contribution to the gaps in the legume systems is a key focus for today's convening. Now to set the stage for today's regional stakeholder convening, we'll now hear from the Legume Systems Innovation Lab Deputy Director, Dr. John Middendorp. John has worked in international development for over 40 years in a variety of leadership roles in Africa, Asia, and Latin America, specializing in food systems and capacity development. John, please welcome and share with us the objectives of today's convening.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the Innovation Lab for Legume Systems Research Regional Stakeholder Conference for the Southern Africa region. Welcome to all of you. Thank you especially to those of you who are joining us from North America or Central America. We're grateful to have you with us today, and thank you for making the effort to participate in this discussion and help us define our priorities for the region. My name is John William Middendorp. I am the Deputy Director for the Legume Systems Research Innovation Lab. I want to give you a brief introduction today to what we're going to be doing, and then also a brief introduction into how the research process is going to be carried out over the next 4 years, how the proposals will be developed, and then also what role you will be playing in all of this. So first, we want to give you an introduction to how we got to this point, what went into not only designing this event, but also designing the second phase of the Legume Systems Research Innovation Lab research process. The first 5 years of the lab, the first phase, as we refer to it, delivered a number of very high-level accomplishments, among them being a number of technologies, multiple publications, degree training for several students. There were lots of things for us to point to as accomplishments in that first phase, but as we were going through the first phase, we were beginning to realize that although there were a lot of individual accomplishments, both in the area of technology and in the area of capacity development, that nevertheless, it didn't necessarily add up to a single system impact. And we felt that in order for us to do better in the second phase, we had to start thinking about how to approach this from a systems perspective, so that everything that we did as a lab contributed somehow to influencing the transformation of the legume systems of which we are a part. So in the second year of the first phase of the lab, we decided that we would start a process that we called the strategy white paper. The purpose of this document was in order to capture from our partners and other stakeholders their ideas on what was necessary in order to improve legume systems in their area. You see there a QR code. You can capture that QR code. That will take you directly to the document, or if you don't have QR code capture, you can use the URL down on the bottom left-hand side of this slide. The strategy white paper is divided into 3 parts: pre-production, production, and post-production. Our stakeholders weighed in on all 3 of these phases, and we captured their thoughts as to what should be the important priorities for the second phase of the Legume Systems Research Innovation Lab. Under this first point, pre-production, there were 4 areas that were identified in the document, and the document is much more complex than this. This is just a brief summary of some of the thoughts that went into each one of these areas. But under pre-production, we had cropping systems must be demand-driven, using efforts like the product life cycle, which is something that we will introduce to you shortly. Also, there should be national breeding programs, and they have to be strengthened both in terms of infrastructure and capacity. Thirdly, seed production must be profitable for seed producers. As we know, there can be distortions in the system, especially when government subsidies are introduced that make it difficult for seed producers to make a profit from seed production, but they also need to be resilient, that is responding to changing circumstances, especially changing climate, and they have to be linked to demand. And then finally, there should be genotyping of the various legumes that are available, the varieties and the lines that are out there, and with each one of those, then a list of traits that are available through those lines for breeding purposes, so that all researchers throughout Africa have access to what would basically be a library of varieties and traits. Under production, there were 4 areas as well that we're focused on. First was soil health, especially issues around soil biota, fertility, and water availability for rapid response to climate change. There should also be focus on intercropping with crops and with shrubs, both intercropping and relay systems. In other words, we need to look at cropping systems as a whole rather than simply thinking in terms of monoculture. Thirdly, IPM has to be expanded to include bio-based solutions such as biopesticides and biocontrol agents. And finally, everything that we do should be scalable. We have to always pay attention to the scalability of the products that are coming out of the legume systems. For post-production, we need to have a better understanding of urban nutritional needs. What are current urban diets? Where are the deficiencies? How might legume systems, especially processed legumes, contribute to an improvement of urban diets? Secondly, market intelligence. How do we make information available to all the stakeholders up and down the value chain so that they are able to act with intelligence on their particular sector of the value chain? Thirdly, we need to connect providers with buyers so that there is offtake of the grain that is produced. We know that just increasing production without increasing consumption will lead to gluts and lowering in prices, and that's not the effect that we want to have on the system. So we need to pay attention to forming those core relationships between producers and buyers. And then finally, we need to think about regional integration. We know that no country acts in isolation. So how do we affect the system in such a way that the entire region improves rather than working on only one segment of the region or one country within the region and then finding that the rest of the region falters as a result? In addition to these 3 areas, there were specific recommendations for Southern Africa. One was around the improvement of technologies like PICS bags to assist with storage in the region, mechanization to reduce drudgery, especially for women and youth, especially within those systems where agricultural production is shifting to women and youth for various reasons. Capacity development for processors in particular, so that there's more uptake of the production of legumes, and also more access to processing equipment. Market and consumer awareness on nutrition and nutritional products, new product development and product optimization in the region, improved storage techniques and capacity, and better linkages between buyers and processors, as we mentioned before. That's a brief summary of the white paper that was developed in the first phase. As we came to the end of the first phase and started to reflect on those particular topics that they had highlighted as important for legume systems, especially in the second phase of the lab, we thought through what implications those recommendations had for the way that we structured the second phase. So we asked ourselves the questions: how can we incorporate these concerns into the way that the lab is structured and the way that the research is identified and assigned, so that it addresses some of these larger system issues that were identified in that strategy white paper? One of the first things that came out of those conversations internally within the management entity was the identification of what we call core values. The first core value for the second phase is going to be decentralization. What that means basically is that we don't feel comfortable with the research decisions being made from a central location from the management entity. Rather, we want to make sure that whatever we do in the regions where we are working, that those decisions, those research decisions, are informed by the stakeholders of that region. So today's event, for example, is one of the ways in which we are implementing this first core value. The second core value that we identified was demand-driven. You've seen this several times already in the conclusions and recommendations of the first phase of the lab in the strategy white paper. However, we want to incorporate this into everything that we do in the second phase. We want to make sure that as we increase production, we're actually meeting a demand, and also that the production that we're supporting also meets that demand. Too often, between research and seed production and production systems, they get disconnected with the end user of the products from the legume systems, and the result is that farmers are producing grain that consumers don't want, and processors are frustrated that they can't find the grain that they need in order to meet that consumer demand. The third core value is systems focused. So we'll analyze everything that we do, including the proposals that are submitted from a systems perspective. How does this particular technology, how does this particular practice, how does this particular process, how does it affect the system as a whole? It does little good for us to create technologies that ultimately are not taken up into the system or that affect the system in a negative way. We may generate a benefit in one corner while at the same time in the opposite corner creating a new deficit or a new need, and that's not what we want to do. We want to make sure that everything that we support somehow improves the system, either in terms of efficiency or effectiveness, or in terms of reduced loss or increased yields. In some way, it has to affect the system as a whole. These core values led us to a new approach to the second phase, which starts with the management entity, which is going to be serving as the leader and visionary for this second phase effort. But to the management entity, we have now added a technical leadership team from whom you will hear later today. There are 4 areas in our technical leadership team. We've drawn on the expertise of people who have been working in legume systems and who have knowledge of how these systems operate in the areas of climate change and resilience, in the area of gender equity, social inclusion, in the area of seed systems and variety development, and in the area of value chains and market integration. These 4 experts will be part of the management entity over the next 4 years. We'll continue to analyze the systems of which you are a part and continue to produce more refined and better informed models of how these systems work. In addition to the technical leadership team, we've added a multi-stakeholder platform coordination team. You'll be hearing from them later today as well. What they do is they examine the value chains of which we are a part, and they determine how best to bring together stakeholders, like we are doing today, for example, in order to address those issues of alignment between the various segments of the value chain. We're going to ask for 2 things in this regard in the second phase. First of all, we will have the regional stakeholder conferences, the first of which we are doing today. Our intention is to have these groups meet together over the next 4 years and continue to address questions of gaps in the system, inefficiencies, and also progress toward the system goals that we set. So we're asking you today to set research priorities for the Southern African region, as well as identify system indicators that we can measure over the course of the next 4 years that will tell us whether or not we're having an impact on the system as a whole. Once we have these defined research gaps, research priorities, and then also key indicators, we will issue requests for proposals. I'll give you a timeline in just a moment. These requests for proposals will be based on the research priorities and system indicators that come out of the regional stakeholder conferences like the one that we are hosting today. These requests for proposals will come back down to the region, and we'll ask first of all for concept notes, and then secondly we'll ask for full proposals, and this will result in any number of projects in the region depending on how effectively those projects proposed address those system needs. As you think about articulating those proposals, as you think about putting them together and who you will include and who will be part of your effort, there's a few things to keep in mind. We have, first of all, 4 research areas that we were assigned as a lab. The first one is best agronomic practices and services. The second one is inclusive inputs and market systems. Third one, variety development and scaling. And finally, climate change adaptation. And I think that you'll see in there the 4 areas that our technical leadership team is addressing. Secondly, our key crops are cowpea and bean. That doesn't mean that you can't propose something around other legume systems. There are other legumes that we could address, with the exception of soy and groundnut or peanut. Those 2 have their own innovation labs and so are not part of our mandate as a lab. But there are other legume systems that you might want to consider, especially if you're thinking of intercropping systems. We would entertain proposals for other crops as well, but our main crops are cowpea and bean. Thirdly, our geographical focus is Zambia, Malawi, and Mozambique. I know that there are representatives from other nations here as well. We will definitely not exclude proposals that include those nations as partners, but each one of the proposals should have at least one representative partner from Zambia, Malawi, and Mozambique. And then also keep in mind that we have 3 other regions in the lab. One is Central America, one is West Africa, and the other one is East Africa and the Great Lakes. And although we will expect your proposals to be focused on the Southern Africa region, nevertheless, if you had inputs from or some form of communication with or integration of results from other regions of the world, that also would be looked on favorably. So we have 3 key tasks for today. One is to identify gaps that might cause inefficiencies in effectiveness, loss, or waste in the legume value chains. Secondly, in relation to those gaps, we want to identify research priorities that could potentially provide solutions to those gaps. And then finally, we want to identify some key system indicators so that we can measure how well we are affecting the system as a whole. In terms of timeline, we will complete all of the regional stakeholder conferences by the end of April. In May, we will issue the request for proposals in terms of concept notes. We will be requesting your concept notes. In June, we will request full proposals from those concept notes that are advanced to the second round. And then in July, the announcement of the awards will be made. So thank you very much for your attention. Hopefully I've answered most of your questions in the chat, but it looks like we have about a minute and a half to entertain any other questions that you might have. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, John, for the wonderful presentation, particularly the emphasis on how we can see the improvement in the legume value chain from a regional perspective, identification of the gaps, research priorities, and the system indicators. Let us keep questions coming on the chat section. They will be answered in real time. I don't know whether, John, there are any questions you have spotted in the chat section that you wish to respond?
Yeah, thank you. I didn't see any specific questions in the chat. However, I just want to open up the floor to see if you have any questions of clarification about the process by which first of all, the request for proposal will be issued, and then secondly, how those proposals will be received, evaluated, and then also how we will select the awarded proposals in the end. So if you have any questions about that process at all, please raise them here, and we'll be happy to clarify for you. Symphonian,
Okay.
It says you asked a question. I don't see it. So maybe if you could either type it into the Q&A or into the chat again, I'll be happy to answer it for you. So thank you for that question about PICS bags. Yes, there are some regions where they're not readily available. We do have contacts within the PICS program. So if there are specific questions or issues that you have, we'll be happy to forward those to the people that we work with. However, the solutions for PICS bags, I think, is going to have to come from the research proposal. So if you have an idea about how we could improve the delivery of the PICS bags to farmers, we would certainly be open to that. So feel free to include that in your proposals, or if you have suggestions how to improve the system, we definitely are in favor of that.
Yeah, and I'll just add to John's comment on that is, we are looking across technologies, across be it widgets, the physical item, educational interventions, or policy changes. So that will be up to those that would be applying to determine what is that logical research for development question and how does it add to the system. And I realize PICS bags are an important component of legume systems, but we're looking at this broadly, and it will be up to those that are applicants to determine where those innovations may fit in a given system and what are the questions and why that investment makes sense. Thanks.
And there's one final question here that I'll take before we move on. Feel free to put your questions in the chat. We'll continue to answer them. However, I want to answer Josephine a moment. She's asking about non-target countries, Botswana in particular. You can write a proposal from any country within the Southern Africa region. I think you can probably think of SADC as the coterminus definition of the Southern region. However, if you do write a proposal from one of the other countries that are not the target countries, that is Zambia or Mozambique or Malawi, then please include one of those countries in your proposal as well. Look for a partner within that country that you can join up with in order to regionalize your research proposal. And with that, I'll end this Q&A, but continue to put your questions either in the Q&A or in the chat, and we will continue to answer them as we move forward. So thank you very much, and back to you, Simon.
Thank you very much, John. So we continue to monitor your questions in the chat and will be responded in real time. So as John has mentioned in his presentation, there are 4 technical leadership teams, or the TLT members, that will have their presentations today, in addition to presentation on multi-stakeholder platforms and product life cycle. But before I welcome the first TLT members to present, in case you are joining us now, please remember the main objective of this convening is to hear from you. Please use the chat section to provide your input into the current gap in the legume value chain and the research priorities that could address those gaps. The Q&A can be used to ask any clarification question to the speakers on their presentations. And in the interest of time, of course, only a few clarifying questions will be addressed after this presentation. Okay, so at this juncture, we will hear from the technical leadership team on gender equality and social inclusion. And in this regard, I would like to introduce Dr. Esther Juguna Mungai in the capacity of the Gender Equality and Social Inclusion Lead for the Legume Systems Innovation Lab. Esther is a senior scientist with vast experience in agriculture sector, having worked with male and female smallholder farmers for over 25 years in sub-Saharan Africa as a gender specialist under several CGIR centers. Welcome, Esther, if you're ready, welcome. The floor is yours.
Good day, good morning, good evening. We're very delighted that you have joined this meeting today, and we are very glad that you are able to listen to us from wherever you're listening from. My name is Esther Njuguna Mungai. I am a social scientist consultant based in Nairobi and contributing to the Legume Systems Innovations Lab, TLT, on gender and social inclusion. And I am very delighted today to be presenting to you some of the results that we have on a desktop review that we have done on this topic. And so this is our title. We are calling it Gender Research in the Beans and Cowpea Value Chains in Southern Africa. And in Southern Africa, we have focused on 3 countries. We have some work reported from Zambia, work reported from Malawi, and also work reported from Mozambique. And as I contribute today, I'm delighted because in the audience, we have some of the people that have been contributing to some of the things that we have done together. And I would like to call out Elaine Chanji from CIAT, who has made a tremendous contribution to this presentation. So I'm very, very delighted that she's in the team and she's going to be able to answer some questions in case we get there. And considering this presentation and considering that we are getting together as a team to work on JC, we thought that maybe we need to have like a very short and basic understanding of what JC is. We cannot assume that everybody understands JC. And there has been a transition, I think, in the research and development world. When we talk about gender research, when we have talked about gender mainstreaming, we have talked about gender integration. And most recently, we have seen terms like gender and social inclusion being utilized in the lingo, things like DAGE, diversity, equity, inclusion and justice. We've also seen some organizations talking about DAY, diversity, equity, and inclusion. And so I think it is good for us to frame our understanding of what we mean by JC. And so JC stands for Gender Equality and Social Inclusion. And I think JC comes from an understanding that communities are not homogeneous. When you talk of women, women may not necessarily be homogeneous. You may have women that may be married, women that are single, women that are educated, women that own land, women that do not own land. And so when we consider all these intersecting factors that define a woman, it means that you have to start thinking carefully of which kind of women are we talking about. And so when we have a framework or an approach that starts to ensure that our programming and our policy design and project designs is in consideration of all those needs and interests and those capacities of the people that we are working with, that effort and that energy is what is in this JC inclusion. And the idea is to really work very hard to promote equity and reduce discrimination, and also, of course, lead to empowerment of the group that we are working with. There are 2 terms that have been used sometimes interchangeably and sometimes with a bit of choice. And this is the term equality and the term equity. And I thought I share with us this stylized diagram that will help us to understand the difference between these 2. When we talk of equality, it means that we are giving everybody like exactly the same opportunity, the same maybe chance, or exactly the same intervention. But in doing so, sometimes we may leave out somebody unintended we may end up having a situation like we see in this picture. If we are giving everybody the same bicycle, the same size of bicycle, the child is struggling, the disabled lady is struggling, the man is struggling. But when we talk about equity, it means that we are starting to consider the needs of everyone and trying as much as possible to respond to their needs. And that means that if it is the bicycle that we design for a disabled person, it will be designed with that disability in mind. If you're designing a bicycle for the child, we are designing a bicycle with that person in mind. And if you're doing it for an adult man who is taller than everyone, and we do that in mind. And I think we do that every day when we go to the shops and buy clothes, or when we buy bicycles, for example, we actually take into consideration these things. And so when you're talking about JC, talking about intersectionality, we want to ensure that we are thinking about the needs of the people that we are working for and we are working with. And so what we have done in the last few weeks, we have been looking at what the work has been implemented in the countries that we are interested in, Malawi, Zambia, and Mozambique, and looking at the value chains like beans. And we are starting to see, has there been work that has been done? And we have not limited ourselves to just JC or even intersectionality, but broadly at gender, maybe interventions. And what we have understood is that for the beans value chain in Malawi, the variety development program has been there since the 80s. And so far, there's a documentation of over 30 varieties of beans that have been released in Malawi. Women are a significant contributor to the legume production. And in fact, in some of the documentation, you find it described as a woman's crop. The participatory varietal selection was used as a tool or an approach in addressing gender gaps in the adoption of improved bean varieties, and some of the work that has been reported by Katunji from SEAT. And what we see, from the work that is being implemented currently, there is a specific focus on climate resilient technologies and practices in the common bean value chain. And there is also the approach on the multi-stakeholders platforms that is giving a very important opportunity for being gender responsive in terms of participation of women, especially, and men in the platform. And some of the issues that have been highlighted in documents that we have is gender responsive breeding, access to agricultural inputs, gender differences in accessing output markets, and specific drive to have women participate in the seed business. And when we look at the cowpea, we see that in Malawi, cowpea is a less produced legume in terms of the numbers, the amount of land, and the focus that there is, and it is primarily used for own consumption. 21% of farmers are selling cowpea, and it's interesting that although it could be considered a women's crop, women are less likely to sell their produce. It is the men that are actually selling cowpea in Malawi. And it is a new program in terms of breeding. And I think the program, the CCSR, the Crop Improvement Center, is aligned to the Legume Innovation Lab, and they are the ones that are documenting the gender analysis studies that were initiated at the beginning of that initiative. And from this study, we see that 75% of the cowpea producers are female, and men are mostly found in the input and output supplies of the same. And these studies that have been done are influencing the designing of the cowpea breeding program in Malawi. And there is a special focus on the integration of gender preferences in terms of variety choice. And there are two product profiles that have already been documented, the income generation product profile and the one for large-scale farming. And there is a dual purpose profile that have been considered and documented. When we now move from there to go to Mozambique, we find that in Mozambique, women are heavily involved in the production process for beans, from land preparation, from planting, from weeding, from harvesting, and the post-harvest handling. Indeed, women in Mozambique are dominant participants or stakeholders in the bean value chain in terms of retailing, intermediary buyers dominating the informal cross-border trade, and it looks like they are very interested in the bean as a crop in the value chain. And unfortunately, for some reason, there has not been a very strong breeding program in Mozambique on which gender work could be integrated. But because of the innovation labs work, we have a project that was initiated in Mozambique. It was building on a previous project that was called PART, that was funded by USAID. And what we see is that there is now a greater focus in terms of the focus on breeding, developing a breeding program for beans in Mozambique. And there is participatory varietal selection happening and gender responsive collection of data, and the G+ tools, the gender plus customer profiling and product profiling. So profiling, sorry about that, is being implemented in that work. When we go to the cowpea value chain for Mozambique, we find that there has been an interesting interest in the cowpea. It is a widely grown legume in Mozambique, and the production has been increasing in terms of the area and the production. If you look at the statistics, FAO statistics, there's a market increase in the cowpea production. And cowpea production is among smallholder farmers, and it is mostly amongst women, and the grain is the one that is used mostly. Commercialization of the cowpea in Mozambique is still a bit low at 9%. And what we find is that most of the traders are actually men. Although it's a small scale produced crop, the traders are mostly men. And the processors will be men, but there is a subsection of that processing where we have the flour and the soups and the fried cakes, where the women will be dominating at very high numbers. And in that retailing of those products, then the women play a key role. We also continue to see that there is a deliberate integration of gender perspectives in the cowpea breeding program for Mozambique. Although we still have low adoption rates of externally introduced varieties, it looks like prioritized traits, but that men are interested in would look at the high grain yield, but women have cooking time and the taste of the leaf, because the leaf is also used as a vegetable. What we find in the literature then is that although there is an indication that preference of traits are preferred for men, different traits for men, different traits for women, there is a challenge in terms of how those traits are then integrated into the breeding program. And maybe this is something that we'll continue to discuss and see how it works. Our last country, which is Zambia, the cowpea program in Zambia has also been going through amazing growth. From 2015 to 2020, there has been a doubling of the area, and cowpea from 6,600 hectares, about 15,000 hectares. And cowpea is primarily produced by smallholders in Zambia. Sorry, just saw a typo there. And it is actually in the government list of crops that are promoted by the government in terms of diversification to combat climate change. And it's even in the list of the farm input subsidy program. There is a big utilization of the varieties, with 80% of farmers using local varieties. We do have around 7 improved cowpea varieties that are released, but there is a concern that maybe these 7 varieties don't really embody the preferences of the farmers, according to Mshemwa in 2022. We don't have a lot of documentation in terms of gender studies for the value chain in Zambia, but we know for sure it is essential for addressing poverty among smallholder farmers, and there's a mention of especially among women and youth who are dominant traders of the fresh leaves in the local markets. So there is a gap there in terms of the interest of the women and the youth in the cowpea value chain, what is documented. In Zambia, I think Zambia beans value chain is one of the most important value chains. It's a significant legume, and it's also been increasing in terms of the land and the yields for the last 15 years. And in Zambia, we have Fabra testing out the bean corridor approach, which has accelerated commercialization of the bean value chain. And the corridor approach brings together many stakeholders, creating a reliable network of actors in this corridor, where the breeders, the researchers, the input suppliers, seed companies, the farmers, agro-processors, and aggregators and off-takers come together, and they are able to make decisions for the beans value chain. And I am not sure, but I suspect this is maybe the beginning or the foundation of the multi-stakeholder platforms that have been promoted by JC and team. There is a national gender policy in Zambia that addresses the imbalances of the agricultural sectors to ensure that all actors have equal access to opportunities. And this means that the bean value chain in Zambia has this policy to draw on in terms of how it is working and ensuring that everybody has access to all the products. And so far, what do we see from the work that has been implemented from the South African countries? And here, we did not just limit ourselves to the work that is implemented by the lab, but also generally. And what we see is that gender foundations of JC have been there in the South African region. It's not a new concept. It has been implemented in terms of the kind of quality of work, quality of studies. It may differ from country to country. The focus may differ from country to country, but we do have examples of work that has been implemented. We have some papers that have been published, even in journals, but what we see is that the main disaggregation has been between men and women. We have not seen other social differences. So women are taken to be women as a homogeneous group, and maybe even the men are taken as men as a homogeneous group. And so maybe one of the challenges that we will have going forward is to think through how do we bring in the social inclusion, the understanding the diversity within our target population. And from what I see in the publications, we also have capacity, trained and well-seasoned and experienced researchers in the region that have implemented different concepts around gender from the CG, especially PABRA and the National Research Organization. And with this, it means that we're not starting from zero. Even as we go forward, we have a team that can be brought together, and they are able to contribute to designing and implementing activities going forward. There has been a bit of a focus on the production node of the value chains, both for beans and also for cowpeas in the countries, except maybe for Zambia, where we see a very distinct push towards the corridor approach. That means that people in that value chain are thinking beyond just production. They're thinking about the output markets. They're thinking about organization of those forward and backward linkages between actors, and ensuring involvement of women and how they can benefit from that engagement. And the multi-stakeholder platform acts as a very interesting potential platform for engaging in terms of women's participation, in terms of access to inputs, getting an opportunity for output delivery and sale, and that being potential pathway for women's empowerment. And what we think we are learning so far is if we have a coordinated approach on what GESI will mean for us in the lab and how we design that research and development work, then we can have an integrated approach to the how this is done. And so the big question then we have is how do we purpose to improve the implementation of GESI in the future innovation lab for Legume Systems Research and Development work in this region. And one of the things that we are hoping is that there will be a lot of consultation, not only starting today, but going forward with all the experts and people who are experienced in this region, giving their voice and contributing to an understanding of how this can be done. But to help us start off, we are thinking that the value chain will be a great basis of analysis because we have to understand the end, where the market is going and the quantity of the demand of that market to understand the inputs that need to go into it and the kind of market, of course, influences what happens in the backward linkages. The market being the end produce market. So when we are producing beans or producing cowpeas, are we doing it for a subsistence consumption at the household? Or are we going to be doing it for the market? Maybe our market being aggregators that will take the information to the next level or the products to the next level. And how does that value chain then become an entry point of social inclusion and gender empowerment? And as we do that, we also want to think beyond benefiting, beyond reaching. Because sometimes we report numbers where we say, oh, we worked with 5 women, we worked with 100 women, or we worked with 100 youth, or we worked with few disabled people. But we have not tracked to show how did they benefit, how were they empowered, did we think about the systemic issues that cause the gender gaps or the gaps to be there? And how do we transform those systemic issues so that we can see a change and allow a platform for everyone to benefit? And one of the things that may be a bit of a challenge for us is to really understand our stakeholders, their diversity, and have data and evidence. When we say we are going to work in Malawi and these are the women or these are the youth or these are the men, how are they different from each other? What are the differences? What are the important factors? And do we have any basis for that? And if we can show that evidence, I think it will be very important. We need to deliberate understanding of our research and development in GESI in terms of themes. What do we want to look at? Because as we understand and as we know, gender and social inclusion can give you a very wide field in which to play, and you need to put boundaries of where you want to work in, because maybe we might want to work on, let's say, rights and justice, voters' rights and justice and gender issues around that, which is a big topic. But maybe that is far beyond what we are really interested in. So how do we demarcate what our research teams are, and how do we design our activities around those? And then the other big one then is for us to know when we are making progress, how do we design a process that allows us to know that we have made progress year to year? When we say we are implementing gender or we are implementing GESI, and maybe 2 years, 3 years from now, we come back and say, we think we have made an improvement. Do we have an indicator that will help us demonstrate what that is and how that will work out? And then the other thing that we also want to think about is our monitoring process. What shall we put together at baseline? What shall we put in the midterms or end lines? And how do we also work on adaptive learning? Because some of the lessons may not be numbers, it may be stories, it may be experiences that our communities go through, and all that kind of thing. And one of the things that we are thinking that maybe we might want to think about is designing a progress map, a GESI map that helps us to show and to communicate to our implementers that, yeah, this is where we are starting, this is how we are moving, and this is how we are going towards the end. And as we do that, we will be discussing in the TLT what that might look like. The other thing that we might be asking ourselves, and I hope it will be part of our discussions even as we get into our group work, is to also think about the key research focus. What will be our research priorities? As we go beyond men and women in our targeting, are we thinking about youth? Are we thinking about young mothers and wed girls? And do we work with them as individuals? Do you work with them in a household model where we are considering the intra-household relationships and how those come together? We're also thinking about gender transformative approaches that are also looking at norms. And norms are very important for either constraining or enabling engagement, especially of the women and especially young women. In most communities, young women are really prohibited in terms of how much they're able to do or can't do in society. So thinking about norms and GTA, we want to ask ourselves, what do we want to cover? And then as we do that, the other thing that we want to look at is the quality and quantity of our disaggregation of data, so that when we have decided who our groups are that we are targeting, make sure that we are collecting data with them. And if maybe we have like national statistics or national data sets that we can draw on, we can draw on those. And just thinking about the value chain all the way from the what do they call that, genomics to breeding to markets, and having platforms for interaction and how gender or GESI becomes integrated into that whole process. And then equitable engagement in the value chains in terms of trade. The most valuable nodes definitely are the trade nodes, whether it is the seed systems or the output systems. And there is also a lot of interregional trade between countries, from maybe seasonal reversed processes of sale of grains from one country to the other, and a lot of movement, cross-border movement, cross-regional movement, where we can maybe ask ourselves, do we have an enabling environment to ensure that everybody actually is able to benefit from, especially those trade joints or nodes? And of course, I think I'm over mentioning the metrics and the indicators of progress. We need to figure out that very early, so that everybody in the lab knows these are the kind of data that my team should be collecting if we will be able to demonstrate that we've made progress, and having a systematic way of tracking that progress. And this is a slide that is like an extra slide that looks at some of the strategies of promoting GESI in an initiative generally, looking at mainstreaming, where we talk about awareness and planning and buy-in from all stakeholders, looking for participatory methodologies and approaches that will help us understand what to do, how to do the GESI work. And of course, continuous capacity development for the teams, and ensuring we have a gender responsive budgeting, even as we call for proposals, ensuring that we support our teams that are responding to ensure that their GESI components are well budgeted for. And there is this idea that we are toying with on socio-technical innovation bundling, where, of course, you have the technical and the social coming together to ensure that the adoption and the benefits happen. and of course, having an adaptive learning process in the impact assessment. And that is all for today. And I just want to appreciate that this work is funded by the United States Agency for International Development as part of the Feed the Future Innovation Lab for Legume Systems Research. And I appreciate a lot of contributions that have come from colleagues in the region. But if there are any mistakes in the presentation, I'm sure it will be in the interpretation that maybe I have put in. Thank you so much, and I'm delighted to have your questions and your comments and reviews as we go ahead. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Esther, for the stimulating presentation on GESI key research focus within the region. And I don't know if there are some questions of you would wish to respond to within the chat, but as you look into that, maybe I'm falling at the risk of repeating what you said. You mentioned more about the breeding and the focus of the breeding programs to integrate gender research work in Mozambique. And I didn't know if you focused on the extension beyond breeding, especially with the effect in the rates of adoption, which you mentioned are quite low, and the extent which the structure of extension interventions respond to gender issues within the existing breeding programs. Would you comment on that?
Thank you so much, Simon, and thank you everyone for listening to that. And the issues that we have raised are the issues that have been documented. So these are issues that we were able to get in literature from the countries, and the gender issues in those publications that we were reviewing. It was a desktop review. So the extension we appreciate is a very, very, very important linkage in terms of ensuring adoption happens. But we did not find a lot that is documented. So what we are going to do, hopefully, is to make sure that within this phase, as we consider our publications, we ensure that we have publications that are covering the different nodes of the value chain, because breeding, trait, assessment, participatory variety selection, and a little bit of seed system work has been documented, but we don't have a lot of documentation in the extension processes and the methodologies that work. And towards the end, I have mentioned that we were thinking that maybe we should start prioritizing the issues of socio-technical bundling, and the social elements that come now into extension hopefully will be part of that process and something that we'll be documenting going forward. But I appreciate you highlighting that. And one of the questions that has come out on the chat is the question of capacity building. It was a very specific one, whether we have had trainings in the South African countries for breeders in terms of gender. And I just wanted to mention that there is a very unique program that is implemented by Cornell and Makerere University, a collaborative program that is open to all breeders, all agronomists, anybody working in the agricultural space, that is implemented within a short time through, I think it is less than 6 weeks of work. And that brings researchers up to speed on gender integration. And it also gives the teams an opportunity to go out to the field, maybe consider their own programs and do those integration assessments in their own current programs. And that program has been implemented for one of the teams here, the Brookid Resistant Bean Project. And it is the kind of program that will be open for any other projects that we have, project teams that we would have going forward. And within that, then we can grow capacities. But I'm also hoping that within the teams that we have, somebody or maybe a few people have also attended that training. So I don't think I have any other questions on the chat.
Okay, thank you very much, Esther. for the excellent presentations. And we keep the questions coming. They are not only limited for the presentation in session. You could still ask for the previous presentations. Keep them coming. They will be responded to in real time. With that note, we will take a short break, a 30 minutes break. We come back at 10 minutes past 11 to continue with the rest of the program. But you can, in the meantime, just keep the conversations coming. If you are joining us, please introduce yourself. It's good that we get to know you much better. So until 10 minutes past 11, please let us take a 30 minutes break. Welcome back, and thank you again for joining us. I hope you enjoyed the video that played during the break, and we'll be happy to hear some of your reflections on it in the chat. So we continue also interacting in the chat in the course of the next presentations. In case you are just joining us, the purpose of this convening is to hear from you in terms of what are the gaps within the legume value chain within the Southern African region and the research priorities. So please keep the chat active. Don't sit with your question, which can be answered within this platform in the course of the presentations. So at this juncture, we will hear from the technical leadership team on seed systems and varietal development. And in this regard, I would like to introduce Camila Renou and Stephen Okeo from Seed2B. Camila is the technical lead for M&E at Seed2B. He develops and oversees the seed strategy for Sub-Saharan Africa and coordinates the implementation of Pan-African seed projects aiming to improve farmers' availability and access to performing varieties. Steve is tasked with developing and overseeing effective data collection methods and analyzing project data that support M&E and learning components of Syngenta Foundation. So when you're ready, Steve and Camille, please, you can proceed.
Morning, good afternoon, everyone. So today we are presenting about seed system and varietal development. So just about the content of the presentation, we'll start with a very brief introduction to introduce ourselves, then tell you about the study methodology. And of course, the core of the presentation, we will present our key findings on the 4 topics: breeding systems and pipeline of varieties, seed variety adoption, seed production, and regulatory environment. We'll conclude with key recommendations going forward on these different topics. First of all, just a few words about us, Seeds2B Africa Limited. So we are a Kenyan-based social enterprise, which is an affiliate of the Syngenta Foundation for Sustainable Agriculture. Our main objective is to support smallholder farmers in Africa to access good quality seeds of improved varieties for crops they need, crops they are growing, and we believe in more choice and better access for them. So Seeds2B and Syngenta Foundation are 2 entities that are independent to the Syngenta company. And these entities, they are not here to promote and commercialize the company, Syngenta company's product, and it's working totally in total independence. Regarding our approach, so it's based on the product life cycle of a variety. As you can see here, we have different stages from early stage of R&D until commercialization, until phase out of the market. And this is the place where Seeds2B is operating between the late stage of R&D and the beginning of the commercialization, which is usually a challenging sector where there are gaps and many varieties are not reaching market successfully. And we are also following this funnel approach where we try through a stage gate approach to select the best variety that correspond to consumers, farmers, and market needs. Regarding our study methodology, so we decided to take a dual approach with a desk research study where we looked at different reports, available literature, database, case study, etc. And in addition to that, we decided to build a questionnaire to collect feedback from different stakeholders in each country. You have here the list of different stakeholders, including CGIAR Center scientists, country seed regulatory agencies, local, national research centers, seed companies, and seed trade association. So what we'll present today is only the result of the desk study, because we have not yet finalized the survey. As you can imagine, it takes time to get people feedback and then analyze the results. So now we'll start and tell you about the key findings of this study, and I will hand it over to my colleague Stephen Okeyo to tell you about breeding systems and pipeline of varieties.
Thank you so much, Camille, and good morning, good afternoon to everybody. So one of the key topic that we investigated in the seeds assessment was the breeding systems and pipeline of varieties, where we were investigating what are the common practices regarding breeding technologies and methods used in these countries. So straight away, we bulleted the key or the major breeding technologies that are being used across these countries. So in Mozambique, we have 4 major breeding technologies, from advanced genotypic or genotyping techniques, and also cross species breeding approaches, and also, interestingly, phosphorus uptake and enhancement to improve the soil health. So it's also important to highlight that Mozambique cowpea breeding enjoys participatory breeding, where breeders take into account preferences from other key stakeholders like the market of takers, and also, most importantly, the consumers, who are the farmers of these breeding technologies. Zambia enjoys also 4 major breeding technologies. That is, 1, market-assisted selection. They also do a pedigree breeding method, screening protocols, and agronomic performance evaluation as some of their key breeding methods or some of their common breeding technologies. In Malawi, it enjoys 1 specific or a major. Of course, there are others, but from our literature review, we found out that Malawi common bean enjoys advanced genotyping method. So Malawi cowpea also, we found 3 major breeding technologies. That is the genome editing, the market-assisted selection, and participatory breeding. So just a quick and of course some of these are technical, and we try to explain some of these types of breeding technologies, where market-assisted selection is a strategy that integrates major market preferences into the selection procedures that scientists can use and include in the breeding. Pedigree breeding methodology, it's a conventional approach that involves selection of best crop variety based into ancestry and also the desired traits. Then the screening protocol, it's an established procedure for testing and evaluating plants to ensure that they meet specific and desired traits. Agronomic performance evaluation, which is one of the key breeding technologies, is an assessment of plant varieties to different environmental conditions to determine their yield, adaptability, and other related characteristics. And a major genome editing that we found in Malawi also allows for genetic materials to be added or removed or altered to the desired traits. Next slide, Camille. So we found a little bit of challenges or hurdles that these breeding systems and pipeline of varieties face across this country. So in Mozambique cowpea, common bean, we found out that one of the challenges that they face is inadequate infrastructure in terms of the capacity of these breeding institutions to support breeding. They faced limited financial capability and also expertise for the breeding work. They also face challenges in logistics, planning and execution, and also imperative to design and implement optimal breeding practices across their breeding technologies. So there's also a constraint on availability of various early generation seed materials for common bean in Mozambique. Zambia faces some of the similar challenges to Mozambique. That includes absence of modern technological innovations around breeding, and also they face shortage of advanced genomic instruments or technologies around common bean breeding. So in Zambia, we highlighted specifically a challenge of breeding new technologies, which normally is a bit lengthy, that does not conform to some of these technologies that are needed quickly and to be introduced in the field. So the lengthy process of breeding is a key challenge in Zambia. In Malawi, we found out an absence of a proper coordination between the value chain actors in breeding, ranging from the scientists all through to the market consumers or the farmers who are not well coordinated along the seed value chain. In Malawi, there's also limited financial capability and expertise for breeding work around bean. Malawi also faces a challenge in collecting the data that is generated from breeding that is key for decision making. So in Malawi cowpea, we highlighted two major challenges or two major hurdles around resource constraint and adapting to climate and embracing new technologies quickly. So overall, across these focus countries on this study in South Africa, breeding process is majorly hindered around insufficient infrastructure and scarcity of early generation materials. And there's also a pressing need for improved financial resources to increase the number of breeders and also increase the financial muscle around the breeding expertise. So it is also important that an effective logistical planning and execution, which is an essential part of breeding, is well adopted, and now breeders can be able to get best breeding practices. There's also a similar challenge across the three countries around coordinating within the value chain actors, ranging from scientists all through to the consumers. And so this challenge is a significant challenge around that affects also data collection, utilization, and technology adoption in response to the changing climate. Next slide. Okay, so we studied a topic on seed variety adoption. We wanted to have a sense on how far does the current varieties that are present, at least for the past 15 years, are spread across this country. So Mozambique has around 560,000 hectares of land under common bean. Zambia has 96,000 hectares under common bean. Malawi has 353,700 hectares of land under common bean, and Malawi cowpea enjoys 102,320 hectares of land under common bean. The number of released varieties that are currently present in the catalog: Mozambique has six new varieties that have been released in the past 16 years. Then Zambia has 3 major varieties that have been released. Then Malawi has 4, and interestingly, common bean, there is no common bean variety that has been released. There is no new cowpea varieties that have been released in Malawi for the past 15 years. So when we investigated the diffusion into the improved variety adoption, we found that around 13% of land is under certified seeds in Mozambique. And Zambia has 9.5 land that is under certified seed only. So you can imagine that in Zambia, about 91% of land is still under traditional varieties. And in Malawi, we found a significant adoption of land, up to 55% of land under new seeds, and also that has been adopted at a rate of 55. In Malawi, there is the percentage of land that is under certified seed is 10%, and also the adoption of new varieties by consumers is at 10%. We interestingly highlighted Malawi, and it caught our eyes to try to investigate further why there is a high variety adoption of new technologies in Malawi. And we found out that Malawi has a sustained engagement from the Department of Agriculture Research and partners like SIAT around its bean research that has enhanced and strengthened the common bean sector in Malawi. There's also been an intensified effort to raise awareness about improved varieties of crops in common bean in Malawi. And it's also interesting that we found that one of the factors that has led to the increase in adoption of common bean in Malawi is the subsidy programs that has led to the distribution and enhanced seed distribution of new varieties. It's interesting that the weighted average of varieties in Malawi, we found out that a variety will normally take 12 years to phase out. So we investigated its weighted average of varietal age of improved varieties that we found to be 12 years. And just to highlight that a low WAVA value signifies a high variety turnover, and a high WAVA value signifies a low variety adoption turnover. So it's interesting that these findings in Malawi can be mimicked into its neighboring countries to increase its variety adoption. So thank you so much for listening to the 2 presentations, and I hand it over.
Now we'll move to the next topic, which is about seed production. So for seed production, we looked at different topics. The first different subtopics. The first one is about the private sector's engagement in seed production and marketing for legumes, crop, bean, and cowpea in these 3 countries. So first of all, what we noticed is that commercial seed market across the 3 countries is mostly led by what we could call commercial crops. Can be maize, can be vegetables, sometimes rice, which are the biggest part of the volumes. For example, more than 80% of the volumes of seeds in Zambia. On the other hand, the commercial seed penetration or the use of certified seeds that we noticed for bean and cowpea is very low, between 3, 4, 5% here, depending on the studies we consulted for across the 3 countries. But the average is more or less the same. It's a bit lower than what was presented in the previous slide, but still the idea, the main conclusion remains. Let's say we are between 3 up to 10% of commercial seed penetrations for these crops. So the main companies are mostly involved in the lucrative commercial crops, and it's only the local seed companies that are engaged in less commercial crops, including OPV maize, like it's presented for Mozambique, or like OPV maize, but also other legumes production. In some cases, like in Zambia, production by private seed companies, like medium-sized seed companies, is happening, but mostly based on demand, which means that there is an identified and secured partnership with a value chain downstream actors, can be a grain off-taker or processor, etc. Of course, one of the conclusions of that, with a very small implication of the private sector, is that the biggest part of the bean and cowpea seed market is produced through the informal seed systems. In terms of volumes of seed certified, which is the other half of this table, of course, we had big challenges to access data. Some data are available but are not exhaustive. But and also we have data for 1 year, but it's difficult to make some average and know if the data are reliable or not. For example, here in Mozambique, the figures we have, like between 100 and 400 tons of seed produced in 2020, which is quite broad. Same thing in Malawi. Challenges to get access to the data because of, as I said, large part of the market is informal. In Zambia, still linked to what I said before about a partnership across the value chain, we noted a significant increase from 1,400 metric tons in 2017 to 8,300 metric tons in 2023. And this is for certified seeds and the quality declared seeds. So this is interesting because it shows that when there is a demand from off-takers, can also be supported by project. In this case, it was Seed Equal. This can really help a value chain and the seed system to take off. So we also, still on the seed production topic, we also looked at local seed trade associations. How do they exist? How they are organized in each country? So what we noticed is that these entities exist in the 3 countries. In Malawi, we have Seed Trade Association of Malawi, STAM. In Zambia, we have the Zambia Seed Trade Association, ZASTA. Both of them are like 20 plus years old of existence. In Mozambique, it's a bit different. It's not only one, but two entities. One is called APROS, the other one is called MOSTA. We have the signification of the acronyms here. And yeah, it was, so they were created in a bit later in 2013 and 2017. So in terms of roles, it was not fully clear to us from our investigation how these two entities in Mozambique are, why there are two different entities. Are they doing specific things or different things, etc.? It was not very clear, because both of them are involved in advocating for better development of the formal seed sector, creating a favorable business environment for agricultural inputs, including seeds, etc. So we felt like it was not fully clear, and hopefully our investigations through the questionnaire, the survey, will help us also to have a better understanding. In other countries, the mandate of this local seed trade association is the same. They are involved in different activities, like collecting, analyzing market data, doing some policy advocacy work at national, regional level, promoting the seed industry, but also developing ethics for the seed industry. We also found some studies who shared some, members, local seed association members' satisfaction about their association, and it seems that now the members are quite satisfied by their associations. We have 65% of satisfaction in Malawi and 74% in Mozambique. So yeah, just to say that, you see, in terms of number of members, number of companies members, we have 25 companies in Malawi. We have 26 in Zambia. In Mozambique, depending on the institution, we have between 32 and 50 members. So it's still a small number, and probably has, as highlighted here, it's mostly the medium to large companies, sometimes smaller companies, as highlighted in Malawi, but mostly commercial companies involved in commercial crops that are part of this institution, and probably the part of the proportion of small companies involved in less commercial crops, or even farmer cooperatives involved in certified or QDS legumes seed production is probably very, very small. So now, still about seed production, we looked at the role of the government and other actors involved in the seed distribution. And so we found that all governments in the three countries are acting and are involved in the seed systems for beans and cowpea. So, for example, in Mozambique, there is a government initiative called Sustenta that was initiated in 2017, still active now, who is distributing seeds to farmers, particularly on specific crops like corn, rice, beans, and soybean. In Zambia, there are some government subsidies, but focusing mostly on commercial crops like maize, soybean, groundnut. But still in this country, there is a National Food Reserve Agency who is purchasing crops, but also same focusing on other crops, and not particularly on bean, the crop that is in the scope of our study here. In Malawi, there is also a long track record of government subsidies to facilitate farmers access to seeds, and so when we see that, so it's always a debate about government support and subsidies. of course, it has some pros and cons. And regarding seed systems, we could just question if this is good or not to improve seed systems and the delivery of good varieties. So the next section of this presentation is about the regulatory environment. So here also we looked at different topics. Firstly, at national level, and we will also mention a few things at regional level. So let's start with the national seed laws and policies. So all the countries have a national seed law. Some countries also have a national seed policy, like Malawi and Zambia in particular. Mozambique doesn't have seed policy, which can also create gaps, in defining a clear way forward for the action, the activities done in terms of seed system in the country. Important to know that in Malawi, there was a seed act passed in 2022, but still not yet implemented. And this act is supposed to address a number of gaps that are in the seed regulation, but it's still not yet fully implemented. Another aspect that we looked at is how the national regulation is considering or not the seeds related to informal seed system, like the quality declared seeds, etc. As you know and presented in the earlier slides, the main part of the seed system for bean and cowpea is informal. So in Mozambique, the QDS, quality declared seeds, and other informal seeds are recognized by the regulation, and they constitute, of course, the large majority of the seeds used by farmers. Same thing in Malawi. The informal seed system is recognized in the 2018 National Seed Policy, and they recognize its role and need for some crops. In Zambia, it's a bit different. It's accepted, but it's less clear. For example, there are some statements in the regulation saying that no seed shall be offered for sale unless it has been certified or it has had its quality declared under specific regulation, etc., Regulation 7. And when you look at this regulation, it is setting relatively high quality standards, which are probably higher than quality declared seeds. Also, in Zambia, we noted also an increasing shift away from quality declared seeds and toward a broader application of the formal seed certification system, and this is something that we noted, and it's of course valid for bean. So we also looked at registration, variety registration, and release processes. In each country, registration tests like DUS, distinctiveness, uniformity, and stability, as well as VCU, value for cultivation and use, are required. In Mozambique and in Malawi, we noted that there was an improvement in terms of process duration that really became faster over the last few years. Particularly in Malawi, it became very short. So I think the 1.4 months that we saw here don't include of course, the duration of the test, but just the process after the test to make a decision and release the varieties. However, we noted that there is a lack of clear cost structure it's difficult to know exactly what will be the cost to get some varieties registered. In Mozambique, also, we identify some challenges like lack of field monitoring for the US and VCU test, and of course, which means that the reliability of this test and the registration is not enough, and these varieties are not all eligible to be sold in other SADC countries, the southern region. So in Malawi, we also identified another challenge related to the committee, the variety release committee called ATCC, with challenges to get the committee, to meet and make decisions on varieties. On the other hand, the situation is a bit different in Zambia, who is more advanced on this aspect and shows more signs of maturity. Yes, the US and VCU are required, but the process seems to bring satisfaction to the different stakeholders, are fully aligned with regional procedures, and the process is standardized and predictable, which means that when you want to start something following this process, you know what will happen, and it's quite reliable. So which is important. Still regarding regulatory environment, we looked at the import and export of seeds. Here again, and we still continue talking about Zambia. Seed sector is mature, is at a higher level, and now it has reached a level where cross-border trade has even become a need for Zambia to be profitable and sustainable. This is for all crops. Import of seeds is possible, but is subject to very specific and increasingly stringent standards, and also verification of the national stocks, which means that you cannot import seeds if there are already seeds available at national level. Exports are possible also following specific standards like export permit, phytosanitary certificate, etc. Also, government can ban export if they decide to protect local market and make sure that seeds are not just sold outside the country and the country remaining without seeds. In other countries like Mozambique, seeds import and export are possible under condition. This is quite international standard with import and export permit and phytosanitary certificate and measures. What is can be a bit confusing at some point is that depending if the variety is registered in the country or not, the import permit should be addressed and submitted to different institutions. Process is similar, but institutions are different, so can be confusing for the actors, for the seed actors. Also important to know that Mozambique is a net import of seeds for all main crops. Few data about cowpea seeds, because we didn't find bean data for bean, but they imported 204 metric tons of seeds in 2020, for example. In Malawi, same thing. Seed import and export are possible under condition similar, same requirements as Mozambique. Still, again, as I said, the 2022 Seed Act is still not yet operational, and currently there is still a need to retest the varieties in the country after import. But after its operationalization, retesting will no longer be required. In terms of imports, we didn't find data about bean seed importations, and only maize is imported. We noted few exports with one company who exported some bean seeds. We also looked at seed quality assurance system in place to get seeds certified. So in each country we have a local institute, local authority in charge of that. What we noted also here is that across the 3 countries there are some public inspectors, but also each institute has the capacity to license private inspectors from seed companies or NGOs or etc. It seems that here again the process and the structure is working quite well in Zambia, but in Mozambique and Malawi there is a lack of resources, lack of monitoring, to cover staff expenses to go to the field, etc. So, for example, in Malawi, the result is that it focuses mostly on maize crop, and other crops are suffering of that. In Mozambique, there is also lack of monitoring, which means that at the end we are not fully sure that what is certified corresponds to the characteristic of the varieties, and there are some debate about that. Just on this topic, we also wanted to mention that there are ongoing initiatives to get this seed certification process digitalized. There is an initiative called Seed Assure that aims to digitalize the seed certification process. There are some, so the app, the system is operational now. Remains to implement it. So there are some pilots to be launched in Zambia, Malawi, and Tanzania. Just to finish about this regulatory environment, we just wanted also to say a few words about the GMO regulation and what the regulation says about that. So in Mozambique, the regulation accepts GMO for food, so can import food produced from GM seeds, but not yet for seeds, so cannot produce or import seeds with GMO seeds. In Zambia, it's not accepted, it's quite restricted. There is quite a cautious approach and maintained with rigorous risk assessment. So there are some ongoing risk assessment and tests, etc. But currently, it's not accepted. In Malawi, it is accepted, and including on crops like cowpea. And we just also wanted to show these 2 maps below. So it's interesting to see on the left map, it's about countries who have or not biosafety laws or field trials in their for GM crops, and on the right map, it's about countries who have commercialized GM crops or field trials. And what is interesting to see, so it's aligned with what we explained from the table, but it's interesting to know that biosafety laws are generally a prerequisite, but not sufficient for GM crops, field trials, and commercialization. So now, just to finish on this regulatory environment aspect, we wanted to take a step back and look at the regional approach. So the 3 countries under the scope of this study, Mozambique, Zambia, and Malawi, belong to 2 groups two regional economic blocks. One is SADC, the Southern African Development Community. The other one is COMESA, Common Market for Eastern and Southern Africa. Zambia and Malawi belong to both groups. Mozambique belongs only to SADC. So what is important is to keep in mind and to remember is that both regions have harmonized procedures for seed variety release, seed certification, quality assurance, quarantine, and phytosanitary measures. They really want to develop the seed market in their region, and also promote economies of scale for companies to develop the seed sector. They also expect to have through this harmonized regulation, to have a better environment for companies, increase investment, seed production, and hence availability to farmers, diversity in terms of crops and varieties, as well as competition. So that's expected benefits. In practice, these harmonized regulations are almost not used for crops like common bean and cowpea, whose breeding and variety ownership is largely dominated by public sector. And when we look at the charts on the left, the two charts on the top are related to the proportion of public and private varieties in regional catalogs for COMESA and SADC. And we can see that public varieties are only 8% of the varieties in the COMESA catalog, and 1% in the SADC catalog. So the large majority is private varieties. And so the chart at the bottom is about the number of public varieties in these catalogs. And we see that for common beans, there is only one public bean variety in SADC catalog. And for cowpea, there is no red and no green. As you can see, there is no cowpea public varieties in the SADC SADC, and COMESA catalogs. So it means that on paper, the system exists. They work for other crops, but not currently not for common bean and cowpea. Now we'll end this presentation with conclusion and recommendations. I will be very quick on this because we are already ahead of time. Just regarding breeding systems and pipeline of varieties, there is a need to emphasize the use of more modern breeding technologies like molecular breeding, etc., that are accurate, reliable, and also quick. And also promoting participatory breeding approaches, demand-led approaches, etc., to make sure we breed for varieties resilient to climate change, resistant to pests and disease, etc. For seed variety adoption, there is a big need to invest in more and better, more communication and availability of data information for recently released varieties, update and availability of variety registration catalog. It is really difficult to find information about this, about the varieties in general. There is a need to create more content and make it more availability. There is also a need to increase awareness creation, variety demonstration through a structured promotional approach that needs to be defined, involving different stakeholders, different key stakeholders, and of course, enhance the seed production to make the varieties available, to make the seeds available. In terms of seed production, developing partnerships with private seed companies, private seed sector is very important to increase their involvement in bean and cowpea seed production, seed systems. Developing strategies also with private sector, including public and private partnership, is also key. Private sector needs to be interested, needs to be involved, feel involved in interest in the seed production for these crops, and they need to find interest to that. Also important point is to develop partnerships along the value chain. We noted several examples where when there is an actor, for example, downstream, off-taker, grain processor, etc., this is really pulling the demand for quality grain and therefore quality seed with a certain characteristic for processing or commercialization. That's very important. Last point is about the regulatory environment. And here it would be good, we suggest, to explore opportunities around regional harmonized seed regulation for wider variety adoption. And here maybe there is a role to play for CGIAR centers who also operate at a regional level, who can support on that. And there is a need to support national and regional systems for variety registration, seed certification. We noted several gaps, and this is also an issue for the formal system. Regarding the informal system, we know it's a big part and it will remain, and it will remain and coexist with the formal seed sector. So it will be important also to invest in building seed producers, small seed producers' capacity to follow good quality standards, to certify seeds, or if not certified, if it is QDS, quality declared seeds, to make sure that they produce seeds with good quality standards. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Camille and Stephen, for the interesting and detailed presentations. Unfortunately, we do not have time for questions, but we encourage you to ask questions in the Q&A for Camille and Stephen to provide written responses. So at this time, we'll now take a break for lunch, and we will resume promptly at 12:50 p.m. For presentation by other TLT teams. So let's meet back here at 12:50 p.m. Thank you. Welcome back, everyone. It's good to see you here again. I've noted one or two reflections on the previous presentations on seed systems for Stephen and Camille to take note of. Keep those reflections coming, and any questions and clarifications on the chat. So at this time, we continue to listen from different TLT members. We will now hear from Dr. Eliud Bilachi on multi-stakeholder platforms. Eliud is a project leader at the Alliance of Biodiversity International and SEAT, working in Africa as a market economist and market value chain specialist for Africa under the Pan-African Bean Research Alliance, PABRA. So welcome, Dr. Eliud, and you can go ahead once you are ready.
With the Alliance of Biodiversity in SEAT, and in particular the Pan-African Bean Research Alliance, PABRA. I'm going to share with you a presentation on multi-stakeholder platforms for transforming commodity corridors and value chains. As we start off, we know there are many challenges that face smallholder farmers, challenges that require attention. And these include, among others, the incomes that are low, technologies that are sometimes not appropriate, limited access to credit and information flows, but there are also institutional embedments. In addition, we have fragmented knowledge that does not help to reduce the transaction costs that these smallholders face. To address these issues, it requires simultaneous approach, whether technical, institutional, policy, infrastructure. These changes are required to be made available simultaneously so that they can reduce the risks, transport, communication, and other transaction costs that these smallholders face. Now, we see the significance of markets and the significance of knowledge or information or extension information. Now, the dual effects or the twin effects of both markets and knowledge transfer far outweigh the contribution of each of them separately. As we can see on the right-hand side, we see the effect of both the market linkages and knowledge transfer to be really very high, up to 92%, causing 92% increase in productivity and of course production. This is a case of Uganda, but it's a case that can be replicated in a number of countries. So there is a gap between supply and demand in the legume production systems. As we have seen in the previous slides, it's talking about lack of or low extension or knowledge transfer, but also the markets are not linked to the producers. In short, we have a gap between supply and demand in the legume systems. But this takes different phases. For example, we have a gap between the grains that producers produce and the markets where these grains are demanded. There is a gap in information, there is a gap in knowledge. But we also have gaps between the seed supplies and the grain production. These two, many of the times, are not linked. Furthermore, we have a gap between the varieties that are demanded in the market vis-a-vis the varieties that farmers are able to produce, or even the research is able to make available to these producers. So gaps exist, and these are quite common in the legume production system. So PABRA's approach to this challenge is to make use of the commodity corridor approach, which fills the gap starting with, on the market side and working backwards to the production side in such a way that the signals from the market are able to reach the producers. But it's not only producers, but even the researchers and the seed suppliers. So the commodity corridor approach basically looks at the flow of the product from where it's produced to where it will be consumed, but driven by the demands on the market side. Now, breaking up a bit more on these commodity corridors or looking into some of the details, at the bottom level, we see the base or the foundation of this model, which is the market pool. And the market pool works at the different components of the corridor. That is in the production hubs, where we have the market demand defining the varieties, the market demand providing incentives for seed to be produced and to be supplied, the market demand providing incentives for grain production, and even the other products that may be generated from these grains. So that is very key as the major pool, as the major driver. So it will drive the products that accompany this commodity. And of course, the actors within this commodity corridor will act in such a way that they're able to respond to these market pools to make available the required inputs or even commodities. At the upper side or the upper row, we have the processes and actions. The actions, these are the interventions that are required and they be implemented by the actors. And these are, of course, also driven from the lower part or the lower row or the market. So where do the multi-stakeholder platform then come in? We see actors and partners in the middle there. These are the different actors that are necessary to create an impact, to influence the way production takes place, distribution takes place, and even consumption. They are the interface. So the different actors working together to provide a platform for addressing issues that affect the commodity or the value chain. This is the multi-stakeholder platform. As indicated in this diagram here, the platform works to connect the different actors so that they're able to efficiently ensure that the commodities and the value chains operate for the benefit of the different stakeholders. So using a multi-stakeholder platform, then we're able to forecast the different levels of demands. It is possible to also coordinate the varietal and even seed needs and demands, whether it's for producers or traders. It is also possible to provide some standards of control, whether it's in quality and other standards, but also possible to facilitate the transactions, arrangements, or contracts. So the multi-stakeholder platform in this case is a tool that can come in to really support different interventions that are necessary to improve the efficiency of the commodities or value chains. Without really emphasizing the benefits, but these benefits can be visualized by the different stakeholders, whether they are in the research, the seed supplies, farmers, traders, or consumers, and even policy makers and others that are really out to support increase the efficiency of the value chains. Now, I'll move on to some examples of how these multi-stakeholder platforms have been used or utilized in different places. And one good example is that of Malawi, where the multi-stakeholder platforms were used as an intervention to transform the seed systems to respond to bean variety demands in Malawi. This was a quasi-experimental counterfactual research design where some sites had active multi-stakeholder platforms, those are the intervention sites, but we also had some sites that were considered as control or counterfactual. So in this project that took a couple of years, up to sometime last year, there were several hypotheses that were being tested. For example, one hypothesis related to multi-stakeholder platforms increasing the quality of seed production, or simply increasing the investments in quality seed production. The other hypothesis related to using of quality seeds. In other words, how multi-stakeholder platforms could be used to increase demand for quality seeds. And the third hypothesis was on how multi-stakeholder platforms could be used to increase uptake of new varieties. In other words, as an approach, when used, could increase the dissemination. And for this, of course, there's some quite good evidence that have started coming out. For example, in one of the publications, which is looking at breaking barriers to adoption by using this multi-stakeholder platform approach. And also the other one, which is touching on multi-stakeholder platforms' ability to influence investments in certified seed supplies. These are addressing the hypothesis 1 and 3. And we have also other manuscripts that are in the process to showcase the evidence of this. Besides Malawi, we also have a good example of the work done under multi-stakeholder platforms in Zambia. And this is a case where we see the impact of the multi-stakeholder platforms on the volume or tonnage of seeds of certain varieties. And these are varieties that are less than 10 years old. So there has been a marked increase in the quantity or volume of these new varieties, but also there's been an increase in the share of these varieties less than 10 years old in the market. And this has been catalyzed by the presence of the multi-stakeholder platforms work in Zambia. I'll also quickly touch on the case of Nepal for this project that was working on transforming the Nepal lentil sector for competitive advantage, where the Nepal case also had challenges almost similar to the Malawi case, disjointed connection among the actors, the seed system not very clear, and the variety preferences also not being very clear. And the intervention set up to set up three multi-stakeholder platforms based on three provinces, which over a period of about 1 year, we saw some major changes, some good steps towards realigning the lentil subsector in the country. And we see quite a number of off-takers coming up to really link up and try to connect with the producers. So in all this, what we see is the importance of the off-takers or major buyers to be able to catalyze really these platforms. So the really private sector led, and that is very, very important in the establishment of these multi-stakeholder platforms. So indicatively, there is some really major significance of these multi-stakeholder platforms as an avenue, a means of catalyzing different elements within a project or within a development framework across these countries. We are very glad for the support from the Legume Systems Research Lab through the Feed the Future funding of the US government. And thank you very much all for listening to this presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Elliot, for your stimulating presentation. We will not take questions at this time. We will first listen to the next presentation and we can take questions jointly. We move on. We will now hear from Dr. Joseph Wessing on the product lifecycle and I2I platform. Joseph is an independent consulting science advisor, educator, and product manager who works with a wide array of regulatory, public, and private sector scientists. Currently, he's supporting projects with Legume Systems Innovation Lab and other entities. So, Joseph, please go ahead when you are ready.
Hello, everybody. My name is Joe Husing, and I'm going to talk to you for the next 10 minutes or so about the product lifecycle framework in the I2I platform. What is a product lifecycle? A product lifecycle is the time frame from the product profile. This is sometimes called a TPP, but it's just your product concept or description of your idea, to product introduction, scaling, and until the product is removed or replaced from the market. Importantly, any product, it doesn't matter if it's a plant variety, a device, a tool, a policy, whatever, can be managed using a PLC framework. The PLC is broken down into stages. The PLC is used to stage where a product or project is or will be in time. And this is very similar to a stage gate process that many of you are familiar with. The stages are important because they allow easy planning, tracking, and discussion of product development. Why is AID using a PLC approach to projects? Well, the reason is USAID has spent billions of dollars in investments, and few innovations that we all work so hard on are actually scaled and adopted by target groups. And they would like to change that. They would like to have a goal to significantly increase the number and scale of innovations that reach stakeholders. The PLC was picked It's widely used by the private sector to design and manage projects and has a long history of success. USAID will use the eye-to-eye innovation to impact platform at the University of Illinois for tracking the PLC of projects. So remember, PLC as a framework and eye-to-eye as a platform. Why is there a PLC framework and an eye-to-eye platform? Well, eye-to-eye was developed first. It's actually still under development, but it's in use as a platform. And then the PLC framework was added later. They should align though in the end, and I'll show you how that works in just a moment. This figure shows the product lifecycle framework that USAID is using. And you'll notice that there are here 11 different stages. There's nothing magical about the number of stages. You may have less stages if you have less information or you want to have a more succinct presentation, and you may have more stages if you have situations where you have more detail. So I'm showing here 1 through 11 stages, and below that you can see are the outcomes that are to be achieved at each of those stages. So for example, at stage 1, product profile, where the target product profile, the TPP is developed, is based on market research and segmentation. And the multi-stakeholder platform that Ilya just showed you just a little while ago is very useful for helping to develop a profile. Once the profile is developed, the discovery stage, stage 2 then kicks in, where you identify all the different components that will go into that product. Some of these may have to be discovered. Some of the components may already be in existence. Stage 3, 4, and 5, proof of concept, validation, and selection, is largely associated with developing prototypes, trialing them, testing them, demonstrating, weeding out, finding the one product or two that you're actually going to move forward to commercial release. Many products at stage 6 have a requirement for some kind of regulatory approval. So for example, varietal release is an example of that. Foods may require some kind of food safety registration before they can move forward to stage 7, the commercial introduction stage. And this is where the forces are brought together, usually with the private sector that can incentivize and be involved in widespread adoption of the technology. Stage 8 is then what we would typically call scaling. That's the growth stage where your product starts to reach many, many people, many different stakeholders. But all products go through a point where they reach maturity and then start into decline. And then finally, in the private sector, are phased out. So what the product lifecycle framework does, it not only allows you to develop the roadmap for your product, but also to think about when you need to start on the next product, anticipating stage 9, 10, and 11. What I want to do now is show how the eye-to-eye stations will align to the PLC framework. So remember, it's a platform. Eye-to-eye is a platform. PLC is a framework. And across the top here, I have in blue are the eye-to-eye stations, as they're called, within that learning platform. And then below the eye-to-eye stations, I have that same map that I just showed you in the figure earlier of the stage 1 through 11 of the PLC stages and their expected outcomes. I'm only showing stage 1 through 7 aligning here with eye-to-eye at the moment because that's where the platform is in development. But as you can see, the idea here is to have an alignment between the framework and the platform. And what the platform will do for you is help you think through what pieces you need to make this project successful and commercializable, and what pieces are missing, and ultimately help you write something like a business plan that will describe your particular product and how you envision it being developed, commercialized, and scaled. Okay, so in summary, we discussed and defined the product lifecycle and its role in project design and implementation. We also discussed why USAID is using a PLC approach and what it hopes to achieve. And we showed that the PLC is a framework for product design, development, and scaling. And finally, that the PLC framework will use the I2I platform to help develop and manage the project product development. Lastly, and I think this is very important, any product, it doesn't matter if it's a concept, it doesn't matter if it's some kind of policy that you're working on, a plant variety, or some kind of tool, all of those can be implemented within a PLC framework. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Elliot and Joe, for the two presentations. I don't know if you noted some reflections on your presentations in the Q&A chat that you would want to address. I would like to give you this opportunity. If you could put your mic on and video, and maybe you could start with Elliot.
Yeah, thank you, Simon. Yes, I've noted some questions and comments in the Q&A. I've tried to address some of them already, but basically some questions are dealing with the issue of how the multi-stakeholder platforms have been able to address or align the demands of the markets all the way back to the seed producers and even the varieties. And that's a question from Simborian. So that's, I think, we provided some perspectives on that, and multi-stakeholder platforms have been very key in that kind of linking the markets, the demand side, to the varieties and the seed systems. One other question which also has been presented by Timothy is whether the multi-stakeholder platform could be more appropriate or successful for some varieties and others, and I think that's very correct. Or for varieties or commodities that are market-oriented, for example, if there is a market for processing or export, this will require investments in quality, and therefore such kind of varieties, then we really have more investments by the actors to enhance that kind of quality. So it's not for all, but it is really mainly those that are driven by the markets. And we've seen that a lot for common beans, and that has been illustrated very well for both Malawi and Zambia and the other countries. Thank you. Back to you, Simon.
Thank you very much, Elliot. Joe, did you notice some reflections you would want to comment?
Sorry, what was the question?
Did you notice some reflections on the chat that you would want, on the Q&A that you would want to respond to?
No, I think there was only one question I saw in the chat that related to how people might use the PLC in terms of perhaps thinking through their project. And I think what the framework does is it prompts you to think about any invention or policy or idea that you have and how you're going to move that forward to in a commercialization sense. You know, how will you take that idea and turn it into something that can reach people? That's the gist, I think, of the multi-stakeholder platform, which aligns with the product lifecycle concept. Over.
And if I may jump in there just for a moment. So in the proposal process, we will ask you to identify a pathway to scaling for your particular proposal. So whether it be a process or a technology or practice, we'll ask you to identify how exactly you think that that proposed technology, process, practice will be scalable within the system of which you are a part. So if you submitted a proposal for Southern Africa, for example, the question would be, how is that particular item, the technology or the practice or the process, how would that enter into the system as a scalable item? We'll ask you to identify that pathway. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Of course, we can keep this conversation going in the chat, and Joseph and Elliot will be on standby to respond. Well, at this juncture, we move ahead to listen to the third and the fourth TFT presentations. We will listen to Dr. Timothy Silbeck on the resilience and climate change. He is the lead for the resilience and climate change for the Legume Innovation Lab at Michigan State University. So Timothy, if you are ready, please, you could go ahead.
Good morning, afternoon, or evening, wherever you are in the world. Thank you for joining this presentation. It's a pleasure to have scientists, researchers, and practitioners from all across the globe to attend and support Legume Systems innovation and research. My name is Timothy Silberg, but feel free to call me Timmy throughout the presentation. I'm the Climate and Resilience Lead for the Innovation Lab for Legume Systems Research. Now, let's move on to slide 2. Today, we'll explore the intricate tapestry of legume systems, from the breeding labs that develop climate-resilient varieties to the farmers and cropping systems that cultivate them. I'll present the vulnerabilities that climate change has exacerbated and discuss how we can enhance our responsiveness to these growing threats. As we proceed, I'll illuminate some trends and highlight the development based on interactions between the legume value chain and climate change, identifying potential leverage points for a systems-wide impact. So my goal for you today is not just to understand the current state of legume systems across several countries, but to indicate possible opportunities to conduct research, develop innovations, and apply those innovations to these leverage points. Next slide, please. So just to give you an overview, the topics we will cover today include an introduction that sets the stage for the discussion on the impact of climate change in Southern Africa. The background section is dedicated to defining legume systems and their functionality, as well as examining the vulnerabilities of these systems in contrast to their responsiveness to climate change. The foundational knowledge is this foundational knowledge is crucial for understanding the subsequent parts of this presentation, which will delve into the systematic analysis of literature needed to identify specific vulnerabilities within different segments and regions, segments of the legume system, that is. The results section highlights a brief overview of the climate-smart varieties each country has developed in recent years, and the vulnerabilities of those legume systems that have developed, delivered, and cultivated them. Finally, in the discussion section, call upon you and the wider legume system community to investigate gaps in my findings, as well as possible areas to innovate solutions. But before we jump into the presentation, I'd like you to respond to a poll. So here on slide 4, I'll give you 15 seconds to respond. Which one of these statements pertaining to climate change do you believe is inaccurate about the region being Southern Africa? In the next decade, extreme weather events are expected to decrease soybean yield between 11 and 38%. B, in the past 30 years, total annual rainfall has decreased in the tri-country region by 25.6%. C, climate variability has led to approximately half of the region's surface area becoming classified as arid. Or is it D, none? All statements are correct. So take 15 seconds to select. And if you're not seeing the poll, feel free to post in the chat. Okay, and now let's present the results. And if you answered D, you're correct, according to literature. So as we turn to slide 5, apart from letter A, here are the issues climate change has raised. But just so we have a shared definition for today, climate change, as I consider it, is characterized by increasing temperatures, drying conditions, and more frequent extreme weather events, all of which has led to changes in land and water resources, as well as alterations in agricultural production conditions for legumes. The impacts have been particularly severe, as you know, in semi-arid and arid regions across southern Africa. Historical evidence indicates an increase in warming conditions for most parts of the tri-country region, which has equated to limited legume seed availability and post-harvest losses in Malawi. Also, there's the intensity and number of cyclones to consider, which have destroyed supply routes, creating a general input scarcity in Mozambique. And in Zambia, an increase in dry spell frequency and duration, constraining legume production across the country, limiting market access. Now, it's not all bad news. So here, slide 6, you'll notice legumes have played a transformative role in enhancing food security for these 3 countries over the past 2 decades. They have enriched the soil with nitrogen, fortifying agricultural landscapes, bolstering yields, and sustaining farming livelihoods. Breeding programs have further amplified this impact, and with drought-tolerant cowpea varieties surpassing yields of traditional varieties under optimal conditions. Moreover, in the face of climatic adversity, soy production has surged in Zambia, and this should stand as a testament to the resilience and untapped potential of these legume systems. And there's more good news. So if we move on to slide 7, you'll notice that each country has adapted strategies to respond to climate variability, developing new varieties and their associated farming practices. There's been an investment in R&D for legume or climate-smart varieties, but it's been marginal when compared to other crops. Some promising genetic options have been integrated into existing farming systems. These systems include intercropping, relay cropping, double crop sequences with cereals such as maize. So in turn, legumes have delivered nitrogen to these staples which are contributing to household food security. Okay, now let's jump into the background section, slide 8. Another poll. When you think of a legume system as a series of segments, from the breeder to the off-taker, how many segments do you generally include? A, 3 segments, B, 4 segments, C, 5 segments, or D, more than 5 segments? Take 15 seconds to choose an option. Okay, and now let's see what the results are. And I just want to gauge what the audience thinks here. There's a lot of debate in the literature about the number, but it's good to know how many segments are considered, and I'm going to present a number for you today. So let's now go on to slide 9. I have the definition of climate change here on this slide as a reminder, even though we've defined it earlier. But let's just use it as a reference because that's going to line up the next 2 slides. Now, when we mention the extreme weather events and their negative effects on segments, we consider these vulnerable points. That is, the extent to which they are prone to or unable to adapt to impacts of climate change. Each segment can adapt or respond to climate change, and their responsiveness, that's what you're seeing in the column to the right, is considered as the functionality of a population of stakeholders to develop, deliver, cultivate legume varieties. Since each segment is different, their functionality is measured different. So now let's move in here to slide 10. I want to explain the 7 segments we consider in the legume system. I've listed their definitions below, just so we have a shared understanding. I believe a number of individuals in the room generally know these segments, but I'm going to refer to each segment more pertaining to their functionality now. So let's get into it. First, breeding centers, their functionality can be measured by the response time to develop specific varieties that respond to climatic events and market demand. This involves assessing the ability of research centers and business entities to continually develop and adapt improved varieties that meet the needs of farmers and the market. Second, production and multiplication operations can be measured by evaluating the availability and accessibility of different seed classes to meet market demand and climatic needs, as well as the cultivation and multiplication of the legumes. This includes assessing the number and presence of seed selection, storage, production units, both formal and informal. The third segment, quality control functionality, can be measured by evaluating the availability, capacity, and adherence to standards for high quality, genetically pure seeds. This involves assessing the extent of maintaining high quality breeder seed stocks, seed quality testing, and the number of mechanisms to enforce or catch market fraud. The fourth segment, distribution functionality, can be measured by assessing the efficiency of intermediaries such as wholesalers or wholesale buyers in purchasing legume seed in bulk from producers and distributing them to markets and farmers at a given speed. This includes evaluating the reach and speed of distribution networks, seed delivery mechanisms, and the presence of seed suppliers in a given area. On the next slide, slide 11, it begins with the fifth segment, marketing extension, which can be measured by assessing the effectiveness of promoting quality seed, ensuring access to high quality seed of improved varieties, facilitating distribution to farmers, and providing training on specific agricultural practices associated with the seed. This involves evaluating farmer awareness regarding legume seeds, the practices required for their cultivation, and the technical assistance received. The sixth segment, farmers' cropping systems. The functionality can be measured by assessing the education of a farmer in terms of knowing which legume varieties and practices to cultivate according to different climatic conditions, and then evaluating the performance of their legume cropping system. The quantity, lastly, there is the grain market off-taker, which can be measured by assessing the capacity of quality of legume yield purchased at the market based on socioeconomic and food security parameters. This involves evaluating the financial capacity of off-takers to purchase the legume yield at the market and its impact on food security and socioeconomic factors. Okay, so now that we know the segments, let's move on to slide 12. Where I explain their vulnerabilities, which are associated with heightened susceptibility to climate change. Past studies have identified several primary factors contributing to the heightened vulnerability of legumes, of the legume system, that is, and these are indicated by citations in this slide. These factors include heavy reliance on crop production systems or varieties that are sensitive to climate change, diminishing soil productivity, land degradation, or rather increasing land degradation and declining the natural resource base as a whole. This is what you're seeing in the figure on the right hand side of the slide. Additionally, the weakening of local institutions and conventional social safety net systems, inadequate and diminishing capital resources. This refers to funds at the household level or just the economy of the country in general. Lack of timely access to inputs for crop production and the markets that provide those inputs, as well as high prevalence of human disease that affect labor, such as HIV/AIDS, malaria, and others that further exacerbate these communities. So we spoke about measurement of functionality in slide 11, but this is just the functionality in general. Now let's discuss how to quantify responsiveness to climate change in slide 13. First, the capacity of innovative breeding centers to develop the legume cultivars with enhanced resilience to extreme weather conditions. This has been measured by assessing the availability and capacity of unit laboratories that can implement advanced breeding techniques to develop climate-smart legume varieties. Second, the availability of the climate-resilient varieties themselves, which have been quantified by evaluating the presence of legume varieties in farmer fields, specifically bred to withstand high temperatures, erratic rainfall patterns, drought, and other environmental stresses. Third, functionality of multiplication avenues has been quantified in past studies by assessing the number of seed producers, quality control units, and distributors that make an aggregated effort to multiply the climate-smart legume seeds, ensuring they're available to farmers. Fourth, adoption rates of seed and on-farm management practices. It's a shout out to all the economists that are watching this presentation, which have been quantified by evaluating the use of the application of climate-resilient varieties and the implementation rates of best practices, along with the marketing or extension efforts supporting their diffusion. Lastly, the conservation of genetic diversity, which has been quantified at the farm level, two levels. First, the farm level by the frequency of agricultural institutions that conserve genetic diversity of legume crops and gene banks, and from farmers' fields, ensuring there is a broad genetic base for developing climate-resilient varieties. But it can also be quantified by determining if on-farm seed management is carried out by farmers to maintain the quality and viability of legume seeds. So this brings us to the next question of the presentation, slide 14. Please respond to the poll on your screen. When you think of the intersection between legume system segments and vulnerabilities, which climate-induced vulnerabilities are associated with, the breeding center segment, according to literature. Is it soil fertility? Is it soil fertility and natural resource base? Is it the market environment information access? Or is it D, option B and C? I'll give you 15 seconds to respond. Okay, and the answer is in this slide, on slide 15. According to literature, it's all the above. Here we have a matrix, and in the first column you'll see where breeding centers intersect with 3 vulnerabilities, which are filled in as black boxes. In combining two concepts, it's functionality of 7 components of a legume system that I draw from the literature, and 2, 8 vulnerability factors of agricultural systems to weather extremes, which is pulled from another study. We developed a matrix to measure legume system readiness to climate change. Each column represents one legume system functionality component, while each row represents a vulnerability factor. While each intersection between a column and a row arguably can demonstrate the vulnerability of one section of a legume system, or rather a segment, measurable interactions are illustrated with the boxes filled in black. We apply this matrix to each country's legume system to approximate how vulnerable a segment is to climate change and just the general legume system at whole. Next, slide 16. We approximate through a ranking system 3 levels. Rankings were applied based on a mix of qualitative and quantitative descriptions of the legume system components and its intersecting vulnerability. The highest was colored in green, which indicates adequate, and the second highest colored in yellow, which indicates moderately adequate. Readiness, that is, and then the lowest was colored in red, which indicates inadequacy. Blue box indicates inability to rank the intersection, just given there's too much disagreement in the literature. So for adequacy, this ranking defines a legume system component and its intersecting vulnerability as being comprised with actors and their associated institutions that are able to meet all conditions for participating in the legume value chain. These factors include access to basic infrastructure and services, common pool resources, social stability, asset endowments, interests, power. And it also implies that actors have the necessary resources, knowledges, and access to markets and inputs to effectively participate in the value chain. For moderately adequate, the ranking defines the legume system segment as and its intersecting vulnerabilities being comprised of actors and their associated institutions that are able to meet some of or a significant portion of the conditions. It signifies that actors and their associated institutions have made progress in accessing necessary resources, knowledge, and market inputs, but there are still areas that require improvement to ensure they can adapt to changing climate conditions and market demands. For inadequate, the ranking defines the legume system segment and its intersecting vulnerability as being comprised with actors and their associated institutions that are unable to meet a significant portion of the conditions. So in slide 17, I describe the desk report and how it's conducted. I don't want to spend too much time here because I want to dedicate more to the findings. So if there's questions pertaining to how I searched for publications, reports, white papers, and whatnot, I can respond after. Okay, slide 18, the results. Before we begin again, let's do another poll. What was the most inadequately prepared segment across all countries given the number of its vulnerabilities to climate change? Breeding centers, B, distributors, C, off-takers, D, none of the above. Take 15 seconds. And let's show the results here. Okay, you won't know definitively until the discussion section. It's my intention to make you pay further attention across these results. But you may notice as I present slide by slide for each country, if your answer was correct. So slide 19 shows the first state of Malawi's legume system. As 2022, Malawi has 4 out of 16 registered seed enterprises and pretty big force, 55 licensed seed inspectors. Relative of legume breeding, they have focused on 3 varieties, 2 breeders for common bean, 1 for groundnuts, 1 for soybean. However, when we turn our attention to development of climate smart activities, we see a stark contrast in progress. From 2000 to 2021, not a single one of them of the 35 common bean varieties considered as climate smart. Groundnuts fared a bit better, 3 out of 7 varieties, and soybeans 2 out of 7.
Hello, Timothy.
That underscores the urgent need to accelerate breeding of climate resilient varieties.
Hello, Timothy. Can you hear me?
Slide 20. I'll show you the matrix. Yes, but it's a recording. You can hear on 3 columns, which are segments colored in red. They're located between the breeding centers and markets here. Okay. Now, let's go into slide 21. It explains the matrix a bit better. In this slide, you'll notice the most vulnerable components of Malawi's legume system include production and multiplication operations, quality control laboratories, or just efforts in general, and their related institutions, as well as the distributors. Throughout these 3 segments, as well as the remaining 5, the most vulnerable issues included capital resource-based stability, the stability of the economy and prevalence of human diseases. FISP, known as Farm Input Subsidy Program, and AIP, which is the Affordable Inputs Program, which were implemented across Malawi to enhance production and multiplication of legume seeds, provided subsidized agricultural inputs to smallholder farmers. They are critical for production and multiplication of legume seed. However, reliance on them seems to have decreased operational efficiency and market competitiveness of seed multiplication businesses to respond to climate change. And this is why you might be, this might explain why you're seeing those vulnerabilities in these segments. The more adequately prepared segments include markets and vendors, extension agents, and related institutions. Again, this is relative to the Malawi segment as a whole, and farmers and cropping systems and off-takers. So throughout these 5 segments, as well as the remaining 3, the least vulnerable issues seem to include soil fertility, which is a bit strange given the land constraints, land productivity, and natural resources base. Okay, moving on to Zambia in slide 22. Zambia has a cadre of 17, 50 registered seed enterprises actively engaged in the development of legume seeds, which is overseen by 118 licensed inspectors, 3 breeders for groundnuts, and 1 in the formal sector for beans. Their efforts have culminated in the development of 1 out of 2 varieties for climate smart varieties for groundnut. And also, this is similar to beans. It's 50% of the varieties are developed, have been developed or classified as climate smart varieties. Okay, slide 23. We show you the ranking matrix for Zambia's legume system. You'll notice the first half of the legume system is where the majority of the vulnerabilities lie, but encouragingly, the second half is somewhat robust. But let me explain now in slide 24 to elaborate on that matrix. So in this slide, the most vulnerable components of the legume system include variety of breeding centers, quality control laboratories, and related institutions and their distributors. Throughout these three segments, as well as the remaining five, the most vulnerable issues seem to include capital resource base or stability of economy and market environment information access. Despite a lot of ongoing efforts to develop the high-yielding cowpea variety, the challenges posed by the extended drought and heat have limited water for irrigation and degraded soil conditions, and these two conditions have negatively affected production of quality seed. More adequately prepared components include markets and vendors, extension agents and related institutions, farmers and cropping systems, and off-takers. So throughout these five segments, as well as the remaining three, the least vulnerable issues seem to include dependence on climate-sensitive legumes and access to input markets, inputs and the markets that provide them. And finally, Mozambique, slide 25. As 2020, Zambia has 14 cowpea and 20 soybean registered seed enterprises, clear indicator of the sector's growth and potential. There are 2 enterprises that focus on cowpea and 3 on soybean within the formal sector. However, when we assess the development of climate-smart varieties, we observe some disparity here. No climate-smart cowpea varieties have been successfully, or at least have been noted in the literature. And out of the three varieties that have been developed, however, the soybean segment shows more promise, 2 out of 13 meeting climate-smart criteria. Okay, moving on to slide 26. We have the matrix illustrating the vulnerabilities in Mozambique. When compared to Malawi and Zambia, there are many more segments you'll notice with vulnerabilities in their legume system. Across all of them, it seems that dependence on climate-sensitive varieties, capital resource base, and prevalence of human disease seem to create a lack of responsiveness to climate change system. Let's go on to slide 27. The most vulnerable components of the legume system seem to include breeding centers, quality control laboratories and related institutions, market vendors, production multiplication businesses, and off-takers. So throughout these 5 segments, as well as the remaining 3, the most vulnerable issues include dependency on climate-sensitive legume varieties, capital resource base, and the stability of the overall economy, and prevalence of human disease, and also natural resource base. The more adequately prepared components include distributors, extension agents, and related institutions, as well as farmers and cropping systems. Throughout these 3 segments, as well as the remaining 5, the least vulnerable segments included distributors and extension agents and farming cropping systems, as I just mentioned. But the one thing we should consider is the current ratio of extension officers to agricultural households is 1 in 693, just far from the recommended of 1 to 250. So seeing that only 11.7% of farmers have access to credit, it seems that they're constrained to invest in climate-smart varieties or their associated practices. And now, as we are coming to a bit close of this presentation, let's go on to slide 28. I have one final question here for the audience. Which intersection between segments and climate change vulnerability was most common? Was it A, production, multiplication efforts, and local institutional connectivity? Was it B, quality control operations and capital resource base? C, both A and B, or D, neither? I'll give you another 15 seconds to respond here. Okay, and let's see the results. So the answer was C, both production and multiplication efforts and their associated institutions connectivity, and quality control operations and their associated capital resource base. So let's move on to slide 29. So as we've seen, the complexities of legume systems in southern Africa seem to be perforated by several vulnerabilities. But in knowing them, we can be a bit more strategic about our research-informed innovations, at least now and in the future. So for example, as you may recall in Malawi, perhaps we should be studying the capital resource base and prevalence of human diseases as, but more specifically their effect both on production and quality control operations of legumes. We can look at how these two vulnerabilities are exacerbated by climate change and then see their effect on the two segments. And if we move on here to Zambia, the resilience of our capital resource base is paramount, but as it relates to efficacy of distributors and delivery mechanisms, that ensures that legume products reach markets efficiently. So we should be looking to study these interactions. And lastly, in Mozambique, perhaps research should informed innovations could look at addressing or investigating the dependence on climate-sensitive cultivars and the robustness of the natural resource base, which are affecting the stability of markets, vendors, and the satisfaction of off-takers. Because at the end, the retailer consumers are who ultimately drive demand. But by honing in on these specific areas, we can create a more resilient legume system that withstands challenges posed by climate change and other external pressures. So on to slide 30. As you've seen, there were some limitations to this desk study I've presented to you today. I wish I could explain a bit further why the reasoning behind each of these interactions, but I hope we can address the research gaps that hinder progress in legume system responsiveness. Production and multiplication systems are grappling with soil fertility, underscoring the need for climate-resilient inventories across all southern Africa. During the study, however, it was difficult to find literature, or rather inventories, on the climate-resilient inventories. According to the matrix, Malawian legume systems seem to be particularly vulnerable to climate-induced shocks that threaten their capital resource base and economic stability, so those bottlenecks should be investigated. Zambia's legume system faces challenges, or at least it's evident that they're facing challenges in maintaining connectivity among local institutions, which is vital for cohesive response to climate stress, so their connection or absence segments should be studied further. And meanwhile, in Mozambique, the reliance on climate-sensitive legume varieties seem to pose a risk to the entire value chain from production to market access, so this topic needs to be explored further as well. So that's it. You can go to slide 31. I'd just like to mention that it's a pleasure to be part of the wider team that's investigating and increasing the resilience of legume systems amidst the pressing challenges posed by climate change, particularly in Southern Africa. So I appreciate your time and attention, as well as your feedback today.
Yes, thank you very much, TB, for your presentation. I now give you this opportunity to address any questions or reflections from the audience on the chat, which would be, you think it's of interest to address. And also the members of the audience, in case you have any questions to Tim, you can vote it at this time.
The one question I'm seeing here, the first one is from Justice here. Thank you for your question. And it seems Justice mentions that there was concentration only on breeding and the production side of climate smart products, particularly varieties. How about the climate smart information on other technologies such as food products, equipment, machinery, approaches, concepts? It's a terrific question. In the desktop research, what are the vulnerabilities, if I'm permitted here to share my screen here, is the segments that it falls into. So when we think about, for instance, the equipment and tech, that actually does fall into, for instance, seed multiplication, so machinery that's used to provide that those seeds. Distribution as well, if I can consider that as you know, the fleet, the trucking. And then the other thing to consider as well is different, you said, approaches and concepts. So I think that might fall into the latter case of the segment. So for instance, the concepts that are used during extension. So Those aren't necessarily explicitly stated. They're rather more implicit in the literature. And forgive me, I think we grouped those, but Justice, I think I can make a more nuanced study as you're suggesting, as opposed to doing such a crude, like quantitative, if something's vulnerable or something's not vulnerable. So I consider that later. Next question was, given that there's two extremes in Southern Africa, which occur within the same season, there's flooding and drought. How well are these existing varieties tolerating those extreme conditions? So the research, particularly in Zambia, when you look at cowpea, this variety seemed to withstand not just heat, but also torrential downpour that was occurring in the same season. In terms of Malawi, fortunately, I can't respond to that now. I would have to look back. However, I am familiar with the double up cropping systems that have tried to aid in those extremes, where you have a perennial legume with a understory legume that's being used. So those are meant not only to withstand heat in terms of shading, but also in terms of extreme downpour. Another variety in Mozambique, but it's not coming to mind right now, was meant to withstand that, but I can't respond to that fully right now, but that's a really great question. And then the next question was talking about sustainable drought tolerant varieties, or it seems that they've been released and registered because of the instability in the traits being evaluated. There's another challenge is about the appropriate time for the drought stress treatment and evaluation process. What do you advise? I'm not sure if I understand the question fully. I'm not sure if you could unmute yourself, perhaps if you could give an example. Perhaps I could respond better if you're listening there, but if you're, okay, thank you, go ahead.
Okay. Timmy, thanks for your presentation. My name is Semforien. My question is about the sustainability of cowpea variety that are tolerant to droughts. Most of the time, we find variety that are tolerant to this season, but in the coming season, it is not showing that strength of tolerant to droughts. So my question is, how process could we use to increase the sustainability of tolerance to droughts, since people are imposing the drought stress at a different stage? That is my question.
It's a great question. I wish I could respond more fully to that. My, I would say, expertise is more in the terms of being an agroecologist, so I look fully at the entire system. I wonder, though, if your question alludes to relay cropping systems, so that the drought is actually hitting, as you mentioned, different stages of the cowpea that limits production. In terms of advice, the only thing I could do is perhaps I've seen your name here. I could send, I believe there's 2 studies, but I'm only familiar particularly with Malawian research on relay intercropping, not necessarily Mozambique. But there's 2 studies that speak to this, as there is an imposed drought on specific stages that hinder that production. There's ways to modify those practices, and I'll be more than happy to share those studies with you offline if that's okay. Again, it's a really great question, and I have your name, and I'll take that from there. Okay. Thank you, everyone, and once again, apologies for the speed. Trying to cover 3 countries across multiple areas using a relatively new matrix to analyze the vulnerabilities, but I'll hand it back to the facilitator. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Timmy. Thank you all for the feedbacks. You can keep them coming, and also we can continue this conversation offline. At this time, we will take a 30 minutes break. We will resume back at 2:30 p.m. So be available to come back at 2:30 p.m. Welcome back, everyone, and thank you for your continued active participation in the sessions. At this time, we have our final presentation from the TLT teams on value chains and system integration. And in this regard, I invite Dr. Veronique Devio, who is the lead for value chains and system integration. Veronique is an associate professor in the Department of Agricultural, Food and Resource Economics at Michigan State University, and she's affiliated with the Food Security Group, African Studies Center, and Center for Gender in Global Context. So, Veronique, if you're ready, please, the floor is yours.
Good morning and good afternoon to everyone. It is a pleasure to be here today at the Southern Africa Regional Stakeholder Meeting. I'm Véronique Thériault, an associate professor in the Department of Agricultural, Food and Resource Economics at Michigan State University and Value Chain and System Integration Technical Leader for the Legume Systems Research Innovation Lab. The aim of this presentation is twofold. First, to introduce or to refresh your knowledge on the topic of agri-food systems and more specifically to value chains. Second, to apply those key concepts to legume value chain and system in order to identify efficiency and effectiveness gap in the current legume production system and possible ways to address those gaps. Here is the outline of the presentation. Let's start by familiarizing ourselves with the concept of agri-food system. As defined by the high level of panel expert in 2017, agri-food systems encompasses all the elements such as the environment, people, input, processes, infrastructure, institutions, as well as the activities that relate to the production, processing, distribution, preparation, and consumption of food, and the output of these activities, including socioeconomic and environmental outcome. In other words, agri-food systems are composed of food supply chain, food environment, and consumer behavior, and these three elements are affected and affect each other. The food environment refers to the physical, economic, political, and socio-cultural context in which consumer engages with the food system. Agri-food systems highlight the crucial roles that agricultural and food value chain and food environment play in influencing consumer food choices. As you can see, agri-food systems are circular and not linear to represent their complexity and interconnectedness across agricultural and food production and consumption. Agri-food systems are dynamic. They change over time, and they also vary from place to place. For this presentation, we will focus on the value chain element of the agri-food system, while keeping in mind that value chain are part of the broader and complex agri-food system. As defined by Campbell in 2010, a value chain refers to the full range of activities and services required to bring a product or a service from its conception to sale in its final market, whether local, national, regional, or global. It includes activities such as production, storage, distribution, processing, packaging, retailing, and consumption. It is also important to highlight that decisions made in one segment of the value chain have implication for the other ones. Decisions at the production level not only influence what and how much is produced, but also what and how much is consumed. An analysis of the value chain helps to better understand the interconnection among the various actors and activities, and to understand what will likely happen to the production and consumption if there was any change along the value chain. It can inform on the type of decision and intervention that are needed to improve the performance of the value chain by identifying viable and profitable market opportunities and solutions to bottlenecks. Performance can take different forms. It can be in terms of economic, social, and environmental sustainability. For instance, it can be measured in terms of efficiency, productivity, profitability, competitiveness, inclusiveness, and resilience. In the next few slides, we will go over the concept of structure and dynamic within a value chain. The material presented draw heavily on a previous paper on inclusiveness in agricultural value chain that I co-authored with Stephen Egblade, John Statt, Nengo Dembele, and Boubacar Diallo. A value chain includes all the actors involved in input supply, production, processing, marketing, and consumption. These value chain actors operate within an environment that can either enable or disable their performance. Value chains are composed of several competing vertical supply channels that link farmer to collector, processor, wholesaler, retailer, and to the final buyer, either at the local, national, regional, or international level. These actors operate in an environment that can either facilitate or hinder their performance. Laws, regulation, policy, international trade agreements, such as the African Continental Free Trade Agreement, are part of the policy landscape that affect the movement of food products along a value chain. Likewise, research and development, extension services, finance, and transport are part of the business landscape that can either facilitate or hinder the flow of food products along the value chain and therefore the value chain performance. Coordination is also present within a value chain. Horizontal coordination can take place among actors that perform a similar function, such as farming. For instance, farmers can coordinate by forming farmers' associations, which can help them to reduce their transaction costs by assembling and selling larger volumes and receiving higher prices through improved bargaining power. Vertical coordination refers to the type of interaction, or if you prefer, transaction, that input suppliers have with their output buyers within a specific supply channel. For instance, it describes the type of interaction or transaction that processors have with their input suppliers, in this case farmer, and their output buyers, in this case wholesalers. Actors performing different functions interact with each other through vertical integration, spot market, or contract. Vertical integration refers to an interaction where one actor is engaged in several activities such as production, processing, and marketing. These activities are done in-house. Interaction can also be done via spot markets. For instance, processors buy from farmers and sell to wholesalers on the spot at current market price. Where there's large number of buyers competing for the product, seller can receive higher prices, whereas when competition among buyers is low, sellers have a more difficult time negotiating higher prices. The third type of interaction or transaction is contract. The contract stipulates the grade, standard, quantity, and delivery condition of the product between buyer and sellers. The presence and type of horizontal and vertical coordination that exists within a value chain influences its governance. How a value chain is governed affects the distribution of benefit, information, and power among the value chain actors. Value chain mapping is a very useful tool used to illustrate the structure of a value chain at a given point of time. It depicts the key value chain actors and their relation, as well as the flow of products, services, and information. These maps can convey a lot of information. So let's take a look at how to read and understand them. The horizontal level represents the value chain activities such as farming, processing, and marketing. The different ways that a product moves from farming to consumption represent the various competing supply channels. In this example, there are 4 competing supply channels and a 5th potential supply channel. Vertical integration characterizes the 5th potential supply channel, since all activity from farming to wholesaling will be done by the proposed new farm cooperative. The importance of a supply channel can also be represented by its size. For instance, the larger size of supply channel number 1 indicates that subsistence production remains highly prevalent. Available data in regard to the number of farmers, processors, traders, volumes, sale value, and participation of youth and women for each activity and supply channel can be overlaid on the map to provide a better picture. Adding this information can help to identify, for instance, where women and youth are more or less involved along the value chain. A value chain map provides a picture of the value chain at a given point in time. But keep in mind that value chains are dynamic, and therefore this mapping exercise has to be redone over time to capture any changes in value chain. Value chains are affected by changes in demand and supply. Population growth, rapid urbanization, and growing per capita income are all contributing to a greater demand for processed and convenience food, as well as greater demand for diversified, nutritious, and higher quality food products in both urban and rural areas. These changes provide market opportunities for actors all along the value chain, from farmers to retailers. Changes in supply, such as the adoption of new technologies, can reduce costs, increase the availability and affordability of existing products, lead to the development of new products, and to higher revenue and profit for value chain actors. Changes in the environment can also influence the value chain performance. Improvement in infrastructure can contribute to reducing costs and minimize food losses during transport. Policy can also affect incentive to produce and consume more or less diversified, nutritious, and safe food. And they can transform over time. Value chains have been classified as traditional, transitional, or modern by Barrett and co-author in a 2022 peer-reviewed publication. On the continent, transitional agri-food value chains are the most prevalent. They are characterized by a vibrant processing and retailing sector composed of numerous small and medium enterprises. The food service is also flourishing through food street vendor and independent restaurant, which can provide market opportunities for time-constrained urban consumer. Changes in the structure and dynamic of a value chain can positively or negatively affect its economic, social, and environmental performance. Intervention can be designed and implemented to improve value chain performance. A wide range of potential intervention to prevent or address value chain bottlenecks and expand market opportunities exist. According to Agblade and his co-author, intervention are more likely to succeed in further developing sustainable and inclusive value chain if interventions stimulate sustainable, viable private businesses. If intervention affect large number of people at once through policy, training program, financial institution, business association, or cooperative. And if intervention have strong links with key private sector participants. Now that we are all more familiar with key concepts, we will apply them to the legume value chain in Southern Africa with the aim of identifying opportunities to improve legume product and processes while increasing efficiency and effectiveness in the system. In a value chain analysis, end markets are often the starting point. End market refer to the final transaction in the value chain. It suggests that intervention should be more demand-driven than supply-driven. To do so, we first identified end market opportunities that currently exist or will exist in the near future, locally, nationally, regionally, or internationally for legume products. What are the main factors driving demand for legume products in terms of prices, quantity, quality, and buyer taste and preferences? We need to understand who buys what, where, and when, and how they prepare and consume it, as well as what opportunity exists to sell more or sell at greater value. For instance, we need to understand if demand is being unmet because of limited availability, poor quality, or because prices are too high compared to competing alternative products. Once the existing and potential market opportunities are understood, the next step is to identify the main bottlenecks along the value chain and solutions to address them in order to seize those market opportunities and improve the value chain performance. Is a non-exhaustive list of constraints along the legume value chains that have been identified in the literature, including in the Legume Systems Research Strategy White Paper. In terms of research and development, delay in releasing new variety has been identified as a constraint. At the production level, low farm productivity due to low adoption of improved seed, among other things, has been identified as a key constraint. Inadequate storage lead to lower quality, lower price, and losses. There's limited value added, as most legume products are sold as grain. There's inadequate access to equipment to improve the processing and quality of the legume grain and legume products. In the market, legume products, think about grain, pods, and leaves, legume-based products that meet consumer tastes and preferences may not always be available and affordable. Lack of adequate infrastructure, such as road, market, and electricity, affect the performance of different actors along the value chain. Input subsidy programs targeting starchy staple create incentive to allocate more land to starchy staple, often at the detriment of other crops. Limited access to support services, such as credit and extension services, have been identified as constraints. Lack of access to data and little communication among and across value chain actors are also constraining the performance of the legume value chain. Several potential strategic interventions to address those constraints have also been identified in the literature, including in the Legume Systems Research Strategy White Paper. Among those potential interventions are the development and timely release of new variety that are well adapted to the needs of farmer and taste and preferences of consumer. Higher rate of adoption of improved seed can boost productivity, while mechanization can reduce labor bottleneck and increase productivity. In addition to these on-farm improvements, the use of pig bag can contribute to improving the quality of legume grain and reduce losses. The development and promotion of new legume products, such as flour, powder, and processed legume products, can respond to the need of consumers for easy-to-prepare, ready-to-eat, nutritious food products. Modern food outlets, such as supermarket, can also deliver product to a specific clientele. Improve access to infrastructure, such as reliable electricity, will be beneficial to small and medium processors, notably by reducing their operation costs. Intercropping legume with cereal could be a strategy to encourage legume production, but will require more analysis on the cost versus benefit. Awareness campaign has been identified as a potential intervention to increase demand by educating consumers on the health benefit of consuming legumes. The creation of a multi-stakeholder platform, as it exists in some countries, can play an important role in facilitating communication among and across value chain actors. And finally, strengthening the capacity of market information system has been proposed as a strategy to collect information about quantity, quality, prices of legume product, and to ensure that this information is widely accessible to all value chain actors. This concludes my presentation on legume value chain and system. I am looking forward to hearing from all of you on what are current and potential market opportunities and what needs to be done to address efficiency and effectiveness gap in the current legume production system. Here are some references that I use for this presentation. And a few more references. Thank you for your time and attention.
Thank you very much, Veronique, for your presentation. I will give you this opportunity to respond to some reflections on your presentation. If you could turn on your camera and microphone, and you can go ahead, please.
Yeah, hi everyone. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. I will be happy to answer any question you have, and if you have any thoughts on where you see market opportunity along the bean and cowpea value chain in your home country and region, I would like to hear more about your thoughts.
Veronique, I don't know whether you have access to the Q&A section.
Yes.
There are some few questions floated for you. Maybe you would wish to respond.
Yeah, thank you. They didn't show up, but now I'm going to be reading them. Okay, so the first question was asking about what mechanism do efficient value chain use to coordinate their activity that are absent in less efficient or inefficient value chain? That's a really good question and not an easy one to answer. I think first we have to know where coordination is needed, at which level, and then if it's more horizontal or vertical coordination. So if the lack of coordination, let's say it's with farmers that are struggling to sell to processor because they are unable to have the quantity required by processor, then coordination through an association can be helpful. But in other instances, vertical coordination might be the issue, where farmer might struggle to get the price that they want. So then maybe having a contract that they know exactly to who they will sell, what quantity, at what price, what quality can also be helpful. So I think first we need to know where is the bottleneck, and then to look at what kind of coordination will help to remove that bottleneck. And then a question about who are supposed to make dynamic and look over the value chain structure in a region. That's a good question too. So value chain or dynamic. So everything that is happening might have an impact on them. Think about urbanization. With urbanization, people have less time to go food shopping and to prepare food. So they might be looking for food that is ready to consume on their way to school or on their way to work. So that might have an impact, create new market opportunity for value chain. So it's very dynamic. So everyone that is involved in the value chain should always be looking at what is happening and see if there's any opportunity that can be seized. And we should look over the value chain structure in the region. It's everyone involved in it. So maybe here I would like to hear from the participant of what the participant has in mind in terms of who should be looking over the value chain, but I think each actor play a very important role in the success and the performance of a value chain. And I'm sorry, I don't know, for some reason it looks like my camera, it's not working and I'm not sure why. And another great question about that legume are often not priority crop at the national program. It's why we often refer to them as the neglected crop. So I think we have to continue to show their importance in terms of nutrition, in terms of resilience, in terms of how well they're adapted to the agroclimatic condition of so many countries. And then if there is way, when we talk about input subsidy program, so to make sure that the input subsidy program are not targeting specific crop, maybe they can looking more in terms of bundle, what is happening on the farm. But that will require a lot of discussion and sharing finding, empirical evidence with stakeholder, including policymaker, to make sure that legume become better known and appreciated at the national level. Okay, and moving to another question. Thank you. When we look at the constraint of value chain, the environment, support services, governance, have you seen intervention that have shown more success in Mozambique versus Malawi versus Zambia? That's a great question. And as of now, I'm not in a position to answer. I think some of you are more expert in the value chain in Mozambique, Malawi, and Zambia. So maybe some of you can help me answer this question. I'm hoping that I will have a better answer next time that we meet. But I think there are great interventions that are taking place. I've seen some very innovative process legume product being developed in some countries. I would like to hear more about those products. There's also the platform, see how the platform is going, what are the challenges that have the platform has faced and how people have been able to overcome them. So for this question, I will definitely like to hear more from you and work more closely with you to better understand specifically the value chain in Mozambique, Malawi, and Zambia. Most of my work has been done in West Africa. So I'm less familiar with the value chain in the region. And last question. Building business cases for pulses is necessary for government and others to invest in them. How do you propose going around this if the value chain are currently weak, not strong enough? Good question. Again, how can we make sure that stakeholder, business, government think about legume as an opportunity, as a good market opportunity, as a good investment? So I think we need to bring empirical evidence as much as we can. If we have data to show how important they are, how they are meeting the demand. So if there's a demand, show that the consumer are looking for them, they are nutritious, they can be available on the market when other crop might be less available, if we can look at how affordable they are. So I think we just have to bring more empirical evidence of the very important role that legume play. Yes, at the farm level, but also at all the different segments. So let's see the impact that legumes have at the farm level for processor, as well as how many traders are out there and making a living by selling legumes, and how they have a positive impact on the nutrition and health of different consumer. So I think that's how we're gonna attract the attention of policymakers and businesses. It's by showing the very positive impact of legume all along the value chain. So I think these are the questions, unless I'm missing some, and maybe others have a question or would like to bring their perspective in answering those questions.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Veronique. I think this conversation can be continued offline through the question, the chats, and also in as we proceed with this. So at this moment, we would like to engage the audience more in these conversations. So thank you very much, Veronique. Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, great. We would like to engage the audience more in these conversations, and we would like to break out into smaller groups so that we can continue these discussions with your inputs and insights. The breakout sessions will last for 50 minutes, at which time we all return to the main meeting room so that we can hear some briefing and reports from each of the groups. There are 5 breakout rooms. One will be led exclusively in Portuguese, and the others will be in English. So with the exception of the Portuguese language room, all the other rooms can be joined at random. So in your breakout room, you will be asked to provide your inputs and insights on the various topics that have been a subject of discussion today. And the Legume Lab will follow up this with written correspondences of these topical questions. So if your group does not get to discuss all the questions, then you will still have the opportunity to share your expertise through a written format following this event. So each of the breakout rooms will start with the different questions so that we can ensure that all topics are at least covered within the given time. So David, if it's okay, you would we would want to see the breakout rooms. Well, yes, the breakout rooms are as projected, and they are moderated by John for group 2, Symphorian for group 3, and Sophie for group 4, and John will moderate group 5. Well, to select your breakout group, you click on the breakout rooms icon on the bottom of your screen. And once you click on the breakout rooms, then you'll see the room options, and you may need to hover your mouse over the blue number to see the word join. And after you click now, you'll be able to access the breakout room. So if you are unable to see the breakout room, or in case you're not able to join, please remain in this main room and you'll be automatically assigned to a room. So please select your breakout rooms now. So welcome back to the plenary. I don't know if everybody is back. Okay. So I know you have had some stimulating discussions in the breakout rooms. and it's good that we get to know exactly what some outputs from these breakout groups. I will invite the rapporteurs for the different breakout rooms to report to the plenary on the different topics that they were discussing. And we would begin with breakout room number 1. The rapporteur for breakout room number 1, please, if you could share the report from your group, please.
Okay. My name is Samuel Camilo. I'll report what we have discussed in group 1. Regarding the first question, that was, in our opinion, what are the three tested traits, the sustainability of the legume? Okay, we discussed several issues here. We found out that for our reality in Mozambique, we need to develop varieties that are adapted to new events of climate. As we know, sometimes there are droughts, severe droughts, heavy rains, also heat stress. We thought that these climate events are treating our sustainability of legumes. Another things that we discussed also is soil fertility. Soil fertility impacts a lot of our legume production because we have most of farmers that are not have access of inputs, mainly fertilizers. And we think that if there is no fertilizer, the productivity of the production of legumes will be even low. Also, we talked about our breeding program in Mozambique that's still weak. We need to capacitate our breeders. We need infrastructures to address the problems that farmers are facing in order to release new varieties that farmers can use and have good productivity in the production. And the second question that was think about the treats, we just mentioned it, and what are the implications? We discussed that the real problem, for example, for Mozambique, we pointed out that we have limited the diversity of seed legumes, for example. And production and the multiplication of seed can address this one because most of farmers are using recycled seed for more than 10 years, probably. And we don't have companies that are interested to do beans multiplication, for example, because probably since the farmers are able to recycle bean seeds to plant in the next season, and usually they don't buy seeds. And because of this problem, a few companies that we have encountered, they are not really interested in investing in producing bean seeds, and we think that if you go of this measure, we can improve a lot. Another thing we discussed is also related to seed is quality control operation. As we know, or most of people, when for example, government need a large amount of seeds, they just go and seek for grain. They treat it as seed and they can sell. And if there is no control, really, those farmers who are giving this grain.
Sorry, Samuel. Sorry, Samuel. We have only some few minutes to report. So maybe if you could give only the bullet points, that would also help a lot. We have like 4 minutes for every breakout room. Sorry for that.
All right.
Okay. Could you conclude?
And the last question, we said we need research oriented to what real the farmers needs. We have to go like researching on heat tolerance, drought, and also we have to prioritize the dissemination of the new varieties that we are developing. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Samuel. I would now invite the rapporteur for group number 2, please. You have 4 minutes to report.
Hi, this is Mike Jackson speaking from Lake Agriculture. So when I summarize what we discussed, we spoke about the weakest market, the weakest linkages in the systems. We spoke about women, youth, and the disadvantaged portions of the communities, multi-stakeholder platforms. All of the issues tended to revolve around the same sort of problems, and the problems identified were there's definitely a lack of the availability of seed for farmers. There's a problem, or there's a lack in the marketing platforms for farmers to sell the legumes that they produce. There's also value adding and processing issues. Seed systems issues, where we discussed the link between research institutions releasing varieties and the private sector that would need to produce and certify seed to make it available to the farmers. So that the transfer of technology within that linkage. We discussed limited resources in the various institutions, especially in the institutions in the beginning part of the system. So lack of resources for research and certifying institutions within governments. We also just talked about the education and the concept that beans and cowpeas are often still considered a subsistence crop and not necessarily a commercial crop when compared it with maize and soybean. Farmers are still really producing for their own household needs and not necessarily to be selling onto the open market. There's a lack of knowledge of where to sell the seed, where to get the seed, and how to do it. We discussed some solutions. One of the solutions that we discussed was platforms like this, where it gets different sectors involved these are definitely needed. And we use the example of just today, we've had the Zambian Bean Research Institute linked, Wazari linked with the private sector, and that would never have happened if today hadn't happened. We didn't even know each other existed. Solutions, we also discussed coordinating the subsidy programs, because a lot of the legumes are still procured and distributed to farmers through input subsidy programs, where we could concentrate on specific districts. If you concentrate on specific districts, you can at least target skills training and upskilling those specific farmers. But more importantly also is you can target or direct the market, the end user, the buyer of legumes, the traders and beans and cowpeas, to specific districts. We spoke about the example in Zambia, where any trader that wants to buy maize just has to drive into any district and they'll find maize. But to find legumes or cowpeas or specific types of beans, it's quite difficult, and therefore it becomes quite expensive for traders to actually locate farmers. Whereas if the input subsidy programs could be targeted to specific districts, then those traders could be directed to those districts to buy the offtake product and facilitate market linkage. We also spoke about where research can be directed. We spoke about research should be directed on the post-harvest processing and storage of beans and legumes, especially from weevil protection. When we spoke about women, youth, and the disadvantaged, we spoke about, especially with the youth, if we could develop technology platforms for attracting and supporting youth into legume productions, be it social media or other technology with which youth are more sort of forthcoming to engage in that. We also spoke about directing the research. Let me finish the sentence. Onto data on the actual legume economy, on how big it actually is, because then it would allow companies to make educated decisions on what they do. And we all agreed on the importance of multi-stakeholder platforms and how there's a lack and we need them. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mike, for that presentation. Group number 3.
Okay, thank you, Simon. My name is Sefuri.
If you can report if you can do in 3 minutes, that would be very good.
Okay, thank you. So we had a discussion on the first session on gender equality and inclusion, and some of us agree that women and men, they join together in the legume production system, but when it happens to access to production inputs, it is monopolized by men. And it was said that if women and youth could also be trained on the seed production, in fact, to build capacity in the seed production and also create linkage or organization or collaboration between different farmers in the legume production system, where they can easier now access to the production inputs. It is said that there are some varieties that have already responded to farmers' needs, particularly for the task for the shortest time, climate change adaptation, for example, drought tolerance, insect resistance, but most of the time, those varieties are not adopted by farmers because they keep using their safe seeds. But the issue about that one is about the purity of the seeds, because it's very low. And we said it could be, for example, good to train farmers on how to produce quality seeds. And seed companies must also have markets, because there is no business on the legume seeds production in Africa, since farmers are not buying the seed. And there is a lack of consultation platform between private and public sectors. it has found that the collaboration is not easy. And we said that it could be good, for example, that private and public sectors will have the same interest, like the case in Ethiopia. And research actions should target participatory breeding approach that integrates the final beneficiary needs. Thank you.
Excellent, Symphorian. Thank you for that. Group number 4, please.
Thank you so much. In group number 4, we discussed about resilience and climate change. We had different segments and we were discussing the threats affecting them. The first one was breeding centers and program. We talked about access to farm inputs, that is seed, pesticide, fertilizer. We also talked about information access about the market concerning the demand, prices, and weather forecasts. We also discussed about the capital resource of population, of the overall stability, and mainly discussed about the Malawi economy. Our second segment was production and multiplication operation, whereby we talked about access to farming inputs, including seeds, pesticide, fertilizer, and also the output market for production. The second one was lack of agri-insurance solution to cushion various failures in production for farmers, mostly in case of failure of the crop. The third one was natural resource base of the landscape that is highly affecting production. Our third segment was quality control laboratories and related institutions. We talked about reinforcement of the laboratories because most of the countries have the labs, but they don't have the equipment to conduct the quality control checks. The fourth one was distributors. We talked about the local institution connectivity to enable them to connect with farmers. We also talked about the poor infrastructure connectivity. The fifth one was market and vendors. We talked about the information access about market, that is from demand, price, and also the weather forecast. The other one was poor infrastructure connectivity, that is hindering market, and also market and market linkages. The sixth one, we talked about the extension agents and related institutions, whereby we discussed about the access to farm inputs, even though the extension agents are able to link the farmers to market, but do we have the seeds? Do we have the pesticides in the market? Do we have the fertilizer? And do we have also the output market? The second one was information access about market, and the other one was the low extension agents to farmer ratio. For example, Malawi had lead farmers. Are they still working? The seventh segment was farmers and cropping system. We discussed about access to farming inputs, including seeds, pesticide, fertilizer, and their output market. We talked about soil fertility and land productivity, which is still an issue to farmers. We also talked about the information access about market from demand, price, and weather forecast. The last one was of takers. We talked about information access about market, starting with the demand, price, and the weather forecast also. We also discussed about local institution connectivity for them to be able to connect with the value chain actors. And the last one was dependence on climate sensitivity, that they will be able to reach the farmers, and they having the right produce or the quantity for the takers to take to the market. We came up with some few solutions, or rather the group members suggested some few solutions. One was improve access to farming inputs. The second one was enhance market and market linkages. The third one was capacity building of agro dealers. Fourth one was improve soil fertility through soil testing, enhancing value chain actors coordination. For example, Mozambique had district business forums in some areas where all the value chain actors meet and share information. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Rachel, for being brief. The last group, please, in 3 minutes.
Okay, so I'm going to present on behalf of group 5. Eliud Birachi, presenting on behalf of the rest. So I'll try to be quick, 3 minutes. I think it's already running. So we started by discussing about multi-stakeholder platforms and started addressing whether there's a single entity or more than one entity in the Southern Africa region that brings together the actors in the value chain. So we looked around, and what we saw is there could be some efforts, maybe project specific or maybe in one country. But then regionally, we saw the Pan-African Bean Research Alliance through the Southern Africa Bean Research Network somehow played some role of bringing together different actors in the value chain of beans for joint action and so on. So that's more like program perspective, not just limited to a project. So the major buyers also for the legumes in the region, there are a number of private sector buyers. And we note that one of the largest markets or even transit market is South Africa. So, but then the major producers could be like Malawi or Mozambique, and much of this also ends up in South Africa. So we have private buyers, companies, exporters, importers that do much of that work. So who coordinates between producers and buyers? This is also varied. Sometimes some buyers coordinate. Sometimes it's simply the farmers taking to the market, some cooperatives, so it's not highly coordinated. So we went on to look at the issue of down maybe further. So the issue of information, how does information flow within the value chains? So we also noted that it is disjointed. We have some market information providers, some are private, some bit of digital, some in government, but it is not highly coordinated. So it's really disjointed in different ways, smartphones or mobile phones, others directly from the market. So that is really variable. So what research would help us to answer some of the questions that will be maybe with respect to multi-stakeholder platforms? So we had a number of them. For example, information sources that are appropriate to communicate with farmers, the role of multi-stakeholder platforms in influencing market information, the link between multi-stakeholder platforms and value chains or regionally linked value chains, and how multi-stakeholder platforms can drive the development in crop value chains. We move a bit lower. So we also discussed briefly on climate change and looking at the greatest threats to sustainability. So here we see, of course, it's still climate variations. That is very key. It comes through different ways, droughts, even waterlogging, extreme conditions do happen. But we also note that new varieties may be appropriate, but it's difficult to get to these new varieties. It takes time. So then how do we then approach this issue of the threats? So one issue that was coming out that though the climate change may affect one segment or may manifest in one segment, but the implications are actually across all the segments. And it's sometimes difficult to respond to them. Breeding takes time, as we know. And sometimes the private sector are not highly engaged to move varieties quickly. So there's really big implications of climate. We'll go on to maybe the last bit, value chains. Yeah, so value chain system integration, where are the weakest links? So there are different areas of weaknesses. We notice at the farmer level, inability to aggregate produce because of different challenges is key. There is also weakness in the seed, at the seed level. in terms of pricing and even types and quantities. Also, the research integration into integrating other value chain actors in the research process before release, that's a key challenge. So these are some of those that we looked at. I think that might be the last. Yes, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Eliud, and thank you everybody for your active participation and sharing those valuable inputs for the breakout rooms in summary. So at this juncture, I will request the David Dion, the Legume Lab Innovation Lab Program Manager, to provide the details of the way forward and just to continue adding your ideas. Welcome, David.
Thank you, Simon. And I also want to say thank you to all the participants for spending the time to actively participate. And I'm going to request that we continue to actively participate. Please, let's continue today's discussion through a questionnaire or a form that will be sent to each of you. So as mentioned previously, we will be sharing the recordings of the presentations and a link to a form to allow further feedback on the gaps in the legume systems and the research priorities for Southern Africa. We ask that you please complete the questionnaire or the form that we will send to you. That's the way to continue the active participation to capture any comments that we did not have time to address yet. After we review your input from today and your responses to the questionnaire, we anticipate releasing the call for proposals or the request for proposals, the RFP, in May. Today, there were several questions about the call for proposals in the chat and in the Q&A. Please note that a webinar will be scheduled after the release of the request for proposals. So you will have time to review the details, such as the requirements in the RFP document, prior to the informative webinar or the question and answer webinar. Given the process is competitive, the management entity does not reply individually to questions. Instead, a public document, which previously was called the Frequently Asked Questions document, will be available on our website. It will list the questions received and provide answers, if an answer is possible, so that all applicants have the same information. Therefore, you should consider the details in the call for proposals document, the frequently asked questions document, and responses given in the public webinar after the release of the RFP as the definitive answers on requirements to apply. You can also expect a two-round competitive process. First, applicants will reply to the request for proposals with a concept note proposal. A subset of the concept notes will be approved and moved forward in a second round, in which a full proposal will be requested. Again, the specific requirements for submitting a concept note proposal and the types of research partners to include in research proposal and other details will be released by May. So I'd like to thank you again for attending today's Regional Stakeholder Convening. I'd like to thank Simon for facilitating, and also thank you to the breakout room facilitators and to the presenters today. We look forward to your feedback in the questionnaire that we look forward to capture any comments that you were not able to share today. I will now request Legume Systems Innovation Lab Director, Dr. Barry Pittendry, to provide concluding remarks and to end our meeting today. Barry, over to you.
So great. Thank you very much, David. So again, I'd like to thank everybody for all their valuable input today. It's been a very helpful day for our management entity. I'd like to thank all the presenters today for their valuable insights. I know it's been a long day for everyone, so I'm not going to belabor this, but I just want to let you know that this has been very highly appreciated by our management entity. And I would, again, like to thank USAID Washington for their support of this program, the USAID missions and the regions where we're going to be working in. And I'd like to thank our AOR, Daniel Bailey, for his ongoing support and efforts in this program. And finally, I'd like to thank the management entity staff for all their efforts today. So thank you very much, everyone. Much appreciated. And we look forward to engaging many of you in the coming years. Thank you very much. Back to you, David.
Goodbye, everyone. Thank you.
Take care. Thanks a lot. Bye.
Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Thank you.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye, everyone. Thank you for joining.
Bye-bye.